Chapter 33. Pregnancy facts. Identical twins will have different fingerprints. Remember to make sure their fingerprints are included on the birth certificate in this case. As a new mother, you should prepare yourself for the twins to develop their own language, and it will belong only to them. IVF is the most common way for twins to form, but if a mother is a twin, the odds are they will have a pregnancy with a twin. The pregnant mage. The mood in the room shattered. My outrage at her comment reflected on Joe's and Sable's faces as we stared at Frey. It took me a moment to get my shock under control, but all the time I'd been spending reading James's diaries came in helpful. While he had not met Valkyries, or at least I hadn't reached a book where he talked about them, he had written a lot about Norse mythology and the traditions of the Vikings, which had talked about their gods and other beings. We may be ignorant, but we are not rude enough to insult hospitality. I responded tightly, glaring at her. A flush rushed up her neck to her cheekbones, and for a second I thought she might rise and attack with her sword. I heard a soft hiss, though I didn't turn to look to see who had hissed. With resistance, she dipped her head. "You are correct. I am abusing your hospitality." She glared at the cider she had all but finished and sighed. "Very well." Frey focused her eyes on me. "While we do not have children often, we do have them. The use of magic is not normally affected by pregnancy, but the linking of your familiar being exhausted should have been a clue. Are you not yourself a twin?" I frowned and nodded. "Yes, so?" "Chaos spit!" Esmir swore. Tursane, for her part, flushed green, the snake suddenly silent, hiding in the hood. I exchanged a frantic look with Joe and Sable. What's wrong?" I asked, looking at them. A cold feeling wrapped around my stomach. The three denizens just exchanged looks that I couldn't read. Then Frey sighed and rose, placing more food on her plate. "I'll explain, but remember, I'm the messenger, not the message." My eyes narrowed, and I clenched my fingers around the mug, nausea burning the back of my throat. Caroline rose and put his head on my knee, tail lashing. The room had the same tense quiet I could feel in the air before a lightning strike. The question was, where or who would it hit? Frey settled down into the chair and popped off the lid of the beer I'd given her. The jittery angst from Joe felt like a pot about to bubble over, but I waited. Frey already had issues being here, and the odds were her cost to come here was higher than I wanted to think about. But she was here, and I needed answers. "Magic and babies are an odd pair," she said finally, and the tension in the room dropped. "Remember, what I am telling you is from our knowledge of pregnancies among Valkyries, but as human women can become them, I have no reason to suspect the logic is any different." I shot a warning glare at Joe because I knew she wanted to ask how they got pregnant. She caught my "I will kill you" look and clamped her mouth shut. "Magic split between two people isn't as noticeable, and most Valkyries, while pregnant, don't use magic much. Our day-to-day lives aren't as magic-heavy as some, but when there are twins..." She paused and took a bite. I narrowed my eyes at her, and she smirked. The wench was enjoying this. I forced myself to relax. As much as I wanted to know the answer, waiting a few minutes wouldn't make any difference. Instead, I focused on my drink and watched her. "Frey, my patience is waning," Tursane said mildly. The Valkyrie had enough sense to flinch and set the plate down on her lap, dropping her smirk. "Let me rephrase. The magic of any one person is enough to surround and nurture the child, and allow the woman to do magic. Most mages do not use magic to the extent you do, nor are they trying to change the world. When you are pregnant, your magic surrounds and seeps into the child, much like how nutrients do, protecting, changing, nurturing them. But when the woman carries twins, magic is much more interested in the pair growing inside you. It resists being pulled away from the sparkling new lives and demands a higher price for having to leave its new toy. You should have noticed little things that make your life easier are cheaper than big things that have nothing to do with you. I shrugged. It wasn't anything I'd thought about much, as I had rarely done the cooling things off or heating them up, and even when I did, the cost was still low enough that while it was much greater, it wasn't obvious. What does all that mean? And what does it have to do with Caroline? Sable asked. She and Joe were on a love seat together, and the twin frowns they wore worried me. I wanted to go soothe their brows and tell them it would all be fine, but Frey had me worried. She sighed, as if this should all be obvious. Do you not read your own history? Remus and Romulus, Apollo and Artemis, Castor and Pollux, Heracles and Iphicles, Freyr and Freya, Hagwedeo and Hagwedagya, Nut and Geb, Osiris and Isis, Jukyu and Jurikon, Izanagi and Izanami, Inanna and Utu. Twins are always mystical in nature, but when born of a mage, the magic is magnified. Why do you think the lives of Osiris and Isis were so tragic? They were twins of a twin.
If I had known you were a twin, I would have advised against the pregnancy, or at least advised to only have one,
Tersane murmured.
I was never told.
I shrugged. I don't go around telling people about Stevie, but I thought you knew I had 2 brothers. I racked my brain, but I couldn't remember if I had ever mentioned my twin. Why is it important? We knew the odds of having twins were much higher as they put 3 embryos in me. They aren't my biological children. Frey opened her mouth, but Esmir's tail slapped her hand hard enough to leave a welt, and the Valkyrie hissed at the calf. Shush! I have much to say first. Esmir turned to look at me. Cath are not human, and we have litters, not twins. Gorgons lay eggs. Twin stories are old stories for us, but almost never have any bearing on our lives.
Truth, there are very rarely 2 children in 1 egg. The only ones I know of never developed, so we do not think in siblings, but in litters or clutches and hatchlings. And when I asked around, most were like us. Litters, hatches, clutches, spawn, not babies or twins. We thought there was something going wrong with your magic, and it concerned me as magic has favored you so greatly. I did not think of legends. Her snakes peeked out of the hoodie below her chin, and I could have sworn they looked sad. And while I think Caroline might have mentioned your brother, Stephanos, I believe, he just said brother, not twin, so I never thought about his death. Humans die so easily as younglings, I just assumed. Her mental voice trailed off, and she attacked her tail with her tongue, grooming hard and fierce. Back up. I think I'm missing something. Are the babies in danger? My voice was calm, but I'd put my tea down, too worried I was going to throw things if I didn't. No. Frey spoke in clear tones. You should have a normal, if low, magic pregnancy. I felt my insides untwist a bit at that. Is Caroline okay? Why is he so tired of late? My son is an overachiever, Esmir said,
her tail now wrapped around her. He chose you and accepted 2 more queens as alternate focuses. Now he is trying to boost the magical focus of 3 queens, as well as the babies in your womb. Even as strong as he is, he's supporting 5 mages. That is a bit much, especially when 2 of them aren't even active yet. What? The word burst out of Joe and Sable. I laid my hands across the baby bump and stared at the Valkyrie. But we don't emerge until after puberty. Normally, that is correct for humanoids, but twins tend to attract magic. They won't emerge until they are older, but they are very interesting to magic right now. Think untapped potential. But what does that mean? A part of me wondered if I'd have to fight the entire world for these babies, and the realization that I would be willing to do that shook me to the core. They were ours. I would do anything to keep them safe. Caroline rumbled a purr, his head still on my knee.
Fear not. The kids will be okay.
I concentrated on petting him as a calming mantra as I looked at the doomed speaker. Frey looked frustrated, as if trying to explain something she knew because everyone knew it. Even if they are not your children, it is your magic, twin magic, that surrounds and cradles them. It means that your twins will be very powerful magically, and should they survive, they will most likely be full users of magic. Joe, Sable, and I all burst out in words. Survive? Full users? Even I wasn't sure what I said or they said as the words and fear seemed to burst out of me. Frey looked confused as she stared at us. Mages are decided at birth. Magic marks them. While she may not call them until adulthood, twin mages are different. They are already exposed to magic by virtue of being twins. Living to adulthood is the challenge. I nodded a bit. My doctoral research had indicated that mages had a different genetic marker after emergence. What Frey said implied magic knew, but it wasn't anything we could see. But the difference of living or dying made 0 sense. What do you mean? I asked. Joe and Sable had quit cuddling and were on the edge of the love seat leaning forward, their bodies trembling with the same tension as me. Do you not have records of mages? There are very few twins where both are loved by magic. She broke off and looked at me strangely. Before I could follow up on that, Joe spoke. So what does that mean for the babies? Are we going to lose one? Frey frowned, looking between us all. The sinking feeling in my stomach intensified, and the desire to throw up burned at the back of my mouth. I fought the temptation to curl into a ball to protect myself and them. No, there is no reason to believe they won't be born healthy. That isn't an issue as far as I'm aware. There was a collective sigh of relief from the 3 humans, but my relief was short-lived as I noted Esmir and Tersing were still tense. Then what does should they survive mean? Frey looked at the 2 denizens. Do they truly not know?
Why would they? Asked Tersing. It isn't in their stories, and if no one lives to talk about it, they would never link the 2 things. Twins are not that common, and twin mages even less so, I believe.
She shrugged.
Even I had forgotten about the risks. I do not know of any human that has ever known this.
There is a very good chance I might lose my patience and attack both of you if you don't explain what you are talking about right now. The last words came out in a snarl, and I realized I was standing, shaking, with my fists clenched. Caroline stood near my right side, tail bristled and still. Some of the arrogance had bled out of Frey, and now she just looked sad and tense. If we had been in a coffee shop, I would have expected her to be about to throw coffee or something at me. I did not realize you were looking for explanations. Normally when I am called, it is to kill the less desired child. I thought you already knew all of this since you were half of a twin. What? The word burst from my mouth as I placed my hands protectively over my belly. And how did you know that? She sighed, shrinking back into the chair. Because the wounds left over from the fight where you defeated your twin screams out to my magic. Chapter 34. Research assistant requested. Tracking down dragon shells from those with dragon or lizard familiars. Most reptile familiars are found as eggs and hatch, imprinting to the mage they are a familiar for. I am doing a study on the chemical and magical properties of eggs from this offshoot and would like various samples to experiment on. Tomes of Wonder. A very small part of me wondered about how her magic could see wounds from so long ago, but most of me got caught on her words. Everything around me went silent. The pain from that long ago day had become worn and familiar, something I would live with, but nothing that slammed into me daily anymore. It now burst to life in sharp, raw spikes that shredded my heart. What? The words were so soft they didn't qualify as a whisper, but they rang with power and need. Frey gave me a flat look. You must know this. You did defeat him, and he is dead, is he not? Pain hammered at me, and I turned and walked outside into the snow. The reminder that the house was Hamadia, and Hamadia was the house, kept everything I felt wrapped up tight inside me. There were noises behind me, but I couldn't be bothered to interpret them. I stopped out in the backyard, the snow falling pristine around me, and I let my control go. Rage, sorrow, grief, shock, all of them, none of them swirled in me. I didn't have names for the feelings that lanced up and through me. All I could do was remember. I lost myself in the memories as I lost my hold on sanity. Red burned my nose as I screamed blue light. Ash coated my mouth with bitter need and regret. Time stopped and skipped as the elements danced around me, known by their heat and the offerings they took with greedy joy. Earth and sound mixed as I pulled against gravity, wanting to bury myself, wanting to fly into space. I wanted to sunder the universe and trade my life for his. But all I could do was express my guilt through every pore in my body. I sweated and shivered as fire and air wrapped me in their embrace. Water streamed down my face. I gulped in mouthfuls of air, trying to breathe, wanting to drown. Sparks burst from my fingers and seared the ground as my offering became more strident, begging magic to undo what I had done, but they weren't accepted. I'd killed Stevie. The guilt lashed at me. The vague memories of pulling on something resurfaced. My heart contracted as the knowledge I'd pulled his life into me registered. I needed to die. I should have died. It was all my fault. My parents were right to hate me. I lashed out, needing to not be, to not exist. Magic crackled around me in time to my guilt. My sightless eyes only saw his face, accusing me, blaming me for what I had, in fact, done.
Cori, you need to stop.
Yes, I needed to stop. Stop existing. It was all my fault. The sound wouldn't quit. My throat ached and the sound cracked. My screaming cracked. The pain didn't become less, it just changed, warping, stabbing, reminding me I lived while he hadn't. "Cori, stop!" The words circled me over and over again, worming their way into my mind. I needed to stop everything. I tried to sidestep to flee into the darkness, but something prevented me. Stabbing pain sliced through my head and I welcomed it. I should hurt. I needed to pay for what I had done. I'd murdered my brother. There was a name for that, for killing your family, wasn't there?
"Cori, stop."
Warm, silky fur pressed against my skin. Pinpoints of pain sank into my being at my thighs. Cold points dug into my rear and thighs.
"Cori."
A familiar head butted under my hand, and I reflexively scratched.
"You're back."
I blinked and looked down. I was naked, sitting on the ground, a ring of yard visible around me. About 10 feet away, the snow started back up. Standing there, just outside the ring of bare ground, were Joe and Sable. They looked at me, tears brimming in their eyes, hands over their mouths. I shied away, fearing their revulsion, and curled in tighter.
"Cori."
Caroline's voice sank into my mind and heart, reassuring, loving me. I started as Joe and Sable grabbed me, wrapping me in their arms, bodies pressed tight against mine.
"Cori, it was not your fault."
Joe's voice. She always knew how I felt, knew the guilt and the question I had never been able to answer. "I killed him. By definition, it is my fault." My voice came out hoarse, and my throat burned as I spoke. "No, you were protecting yourself. You didn't know." Sable kissed my temple. "You should hate me. Why don't you hate me?" The words came out in a whimper, and I wanted to cry and scream, but my energy had fled. "I will never hate you. I will love you until the stars die and we join again in the next life. Cori, you are my best friend, my soul, and the person I can't imagine not having in my life." Joe's words were quiet, but they rang in my heart. Sable ran her fingers through my hair. "You are my soul sister, and I love you. You make our life better, and you did nothing to be guilty of." We sat there, their arms around me, Caroline all but curled up in my lap, his purrs vibrating through my body. We sat like that as my breathing slowed, and reality started to register. Why am I naked? It had taken a while for me to realize that, but the cold, wet ground under my butt and Caroline's fur against my belly reinforced it. "You burned away your clothes when you snapped." Esmir didn't sound snide, simply worried. "That was a terrifying display of uncontrolled magic. Are you better now?" Cold wriggled up my spine as I realized that if anyone from law enforcement had witnessed that, putting a bullet in my head would have been a valid response. "I don't know that I am better, but I am aware of things now." I shivered, like the fact that I'm freezing and would like some clothes. Joe and Sable pulled away and pulled me up, giving me a chance to see what I'd done. I swallowed hard as I looked around. The area where I'd been sitting didn't just have the snow melted. It looked like something had impacted here, and the ground had been melted in a circle, a ring of glistening stones jabbing up at the edge. Furthest from the house, a spring bubbled away at the edge of the circle I'd created, where previously there had been nothing but grass. My hand reached up to brush my hair that was only just past my shoulders, where before it had grown out to brush my shoulder blades. As I turned towards the house, I saw Tursane, Esmir, Frey, and Hamadia all staring at me from the edge of the circle of snow. Esmir stood there, tail lashing, but her ears were perked forward. "You seem fine. I'm getting out of this horrible white stuff." She spun and in a few leaps stood on the steps to the sunroom. Hamadia floated to one side of the others, a tiny tendril of green pushing past her toe through the snow.
"You are more powerful than I realized. Thank you for not damaging my house. The yard has possibilities. If I can't be a tree, being the house of a scary lord is a good substitute."
She spun, a whirl of green and brown, then was gone, the green tendril still poking up through the snow. My eyes locked with Frey, who stood, legs shoulder-width apart, wings flaring out, and a sword in her hand. The expression on her face prevented me from examining her wings. It was dark, and her eyes had gone to a midnight blue, where previously they had been icy pale. I gritted my teeth, meeting her eyes. There was enough self-doubt and guilt in my soul that I didn't need anyone else judging me, especially not this arrogant Valkyrie. I straightened, letting my nakedness be inconsequential. "What?" The words snapped out harder than I expected. Joe and Sable tensed next to me. Frey tilted her head, her eyes still unmoving. "I misjudged you. You have the soul of a healer, not a warrior. You grieve too hard for what is done, yet I would not refuse you at my back. I will not let these children die," I warned, my hand possessively over my belly. There were matching growls from Joe, Sable, and Caroline. My vanguard, my family. "I would not expect that. It is easy enough to prevent if you know it is possible. Your world needs to let the little truth spread further." She sounded dismissive, but the sword disappeared. "I should go. I believe my favor has been fulfilled." "Wait, how do we prevent it?" Joe said the words that wouldn't come out of my mouth. I wanted to ask, beg, scream, and yet I didn't want to know. What if the answer was too horrible to contemplate? Frey shrugged. "When it comes time for their emergence, separate them. A few thousand miles and magic won't try to choose one or the other. Or you can put them on different planes. That would work too. Twins only self-destruct when magic wants the most powerful and creates a battle between them. Don't let it start a competition." She said all of this with the same attitude I'd have trying to explain how you watched a movie on a streaming service, as if it was self-evident. "Wait, we don't need to let them kill each other?" Sable sounded like her knees might buckle, and I didn't blame her. I felt the same. "Of course not. Magic is like a Valkyrie with multiple heroes. She wants them all. But if she can only see one hero at a time, it doesn't require any choice. She just takes or emerges the one who is there. You humans overcomplicate things." Frey flared her wings and my eyes locked on them for a moment. Part of me had expected brilliant white, but they were more accurate to what she was, a collector of souls. The arches of her wings were a dark, smoky gray, the same gray that made you feel like you were in someplace elegant and rich. But in ombre style they went lighter, then to an oddly dusky pink, and continued until they were blood red at the ends of her feathers. They actually looked like they had been dipped in blood to the point I almost expected them to drip drops of red as she opened and closed them. "Oh," I muttered, yanking my gaze away from her wings. "Like a boarding school?" My insides rebelled at that, but to save the children, I would. "If you desire, boarding school is possible. My people tend to do fostering as a means to send them away from each other. The cat should be able to tell you when they are close, but it will always be after the girl's first moon cycle with twins. It is not complicated. If there is nothing else, I have my own business to attend to." She turned, then paused and looked back at me. "I thank you for your hospitality and offer up my home to you should you ever need it." It didn't sound sincere, yet that wasn't a typical offer. "I thank thee," I managed. Her head jerked down in a nod, and she beat her wings, lifting into the sky. Then she was gone. I was starting to understand why James Wells had owned this entire street if this was going to happen with any regularity. I wanted to curl up in a ball and cry, or not exist. But Tursane slid forward, her hoodie still on, though her lips looked a bit bluer than healthy. With an effort, I swallowed and opened my mouth. I started, but didn't know how to continue, unsure of what I needed to say or how to say it.
"No words are necessary. I would not expect anything else in your situation."
Her eyes were soft on mine, and I resisted the urge to lean in for a hug. Finding out I killed my best friend? My brother? I couldn't hide my bitterness, my guilt.
Finding out the truth hurt more than most would guess. But blaming yourself is counterproductive, and in the end will hurt you and the babies you care for more than help.
Tursane sounded remarkably sanguine about all of this, and I didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. I didn't know what to say. The first round of agony was over, but I had not begun to come to terms with this new truth. Not to mention, I didn't know what it would mean. She smiled.
"I believe I will keep this hoodie. It is most pleasant, and the girls love it."
Several heads stuck out of the hoodie, hissing in agreement. "Enjoy," I said, even as I tried to fake a smile. But all I wanted was to go cry some more and adjust.
"There is one more thing. I believe these are for the children. They fell out when you ripped open paths to the realms."
Her words had me jerking my head up, and I realized there were rips there. The spikes of pain I had felt but hadn't cared about. With a sigh, I closed the rips, noting they opened to order and chaos. I looked back down to see Tursane holding out 2 round objects. "What?" Again, I sounded like an idiot, but my mind couldn't parse what she held. They were about the size of mangoes and round, and they couldn't possibly be what my mind thought they could be.
"Dragon eggs, or at least a type of dragon. I suspect they are familiars for the babies,"
Tursane said with a smile. She didn't have to sound so blasted smug. Chapter 35. Placental eating is a tradition in many countries, but in most civilized areas it has faded into something very few do. There have been no significant studies that there is any magical boost in eating it, nor any significant harm. For the most part, hospitals dispose of it as biowaste and move on. The Pregnant Mage. Joe and Sable got me inside and worked with Hamadia to create a safe place for the eggs. I'd contact Zmog in a while, but frankly, if the eggs had survived my temper tantrum, they would be fine for a few days. I ran a bath and curled up in my bathtub, longing for a large glass of something very hard. Instead, I had hot tea and tears. All of this felt like too much. I sat there twisting and turning over the new knowledge while I sipped the ginger lemon tea and battled nausea. It might have been morning sickness, or it might have been guilt. It didn't matter.
You are still my queen.
Caroline laid his head on the tub and gazed at me, emerald eyes glowing. The cut in his fur haunted me. I'd almost failed him. What if I failed them too? You think I'm silly or stupid? I stared at my stomach and the slight swelling there.
No, I think you are a powerful and caring queen. If you were silly, you'd not care so much about this.
It makes me a murderer, I murmured as I sank back, eyes locked on the ceiling.
No more than I would be if I had killed Mikhail when he attacked me. You defended yourself. All beings have that right.
But he's dead.
Yes, you aren't. Even Tursain or Esmir cannot bring him back.
I started to cry again, but this time it was simply tears.
You lived, Cori. There was nothing wrong with that. We have so much to celebrate. You carry life in you. If that isn't magic, then nothing is. Grieve, but don't let your grief still the life that is around you.
He patted away and left me thinking in the bathtub. I didn't get out until the water was almost cold. I knew Joe and Sable wanted to talk to me, but I didn't have the energy. I crawled into bed and fell asleep, the weight pulling me down into dreams. I couldn't remember my dreams, but the pain I held tight inside me had changed. Instead of being dark, heavy, and smooth, the silent burden of all these years, it was bright, jagged, and all but vibrated. The mystery as to what had happened to Stevie had been unveiled, and it altered my grief, my anger, my guilt. But it also meant it was done. I couldn't change anything, and if I went insane and suicidal, it would kill the lives I carried inside me, leave Joe and Sable bereft, and I couldn't imagine what that would do to Caroline. I emerged from my bedroom the next morning, sad and guilty, but inside the pain had morphed. There were things I could do, things to make sure no one else ever lived with this, and first and foremost would be informing the societies. "Cori!" Joe blurted as I walked into the kitchen. Before I could say anything, she yanked the pan off the stove and had me pulled into her arms. Amazingly, the tears didn't come, but I sank into her embrace and hugged her tight. "Are you okay?" "Nope, but I might get there." She let me go and pulled back to look at me. I offered a wan smile, and she kissed my forehead. "So, what do you want to do?" Joe bit her lip as she searched my face, her brows drawn together. I shrugged. "Live." She arched a brow, and Sable came in, taking a seat at the counter and watching us, her face hidden by her coffee cup. "I'm very glad about that. Is there anything you need to do? Do you want to tell your parents?" I flinched at that thought. No, they've always blamed me. Now I know it was accurate. I probably should tell Laurel. That thought hurt. Laurel Amison was the police chief back in Rockaway, Georgia. She'd found us both that day. Could they try me for this? Did it even count as murder? Okay, I'd like to tell Mommy, though. Joe's voice was soft, hesitant almost, but I couldn't blame her. Her parents needed to know that I really was a monster. Of course. I hid my fear. I think I'm going to get some tea and go think. We need to make sure these children never need to be faced with this choice. I rubbed my stomach gently, already wondering how we could protect them until they emerged. Agreed. We've been talking about it. I'd like to talk to Tursain again, but we have some ideas, Sable said, setting down the defensive shield of her cup. Good, I said with a smile. I took a cup of tea, coffee didn't even smell good right now, and headed to look at the baby's room. Walking into the nursery, The warmth and the diffused light relieved some of the stress. The place screamed magic, but it also all but glowed with love. It took me a minute to see it, but there in the corner of the room was a large covered basin about 3 feet off the ground. As I approached it, I noted the warmth radiating off of it. Peering down, I touched the lip, and the lid slid back like a roll-top desk. Nestled in what looked like fine black sand or salt were 2 eggs. Yesterday, I'd barely looked at them, still reeling from the revelations. Today, I took the chance to examine them. They were about the size of large mangoes, but more spherical in shape. Their color was a deep metallic brown that faded to almost gold on either side. They sat in the sand, and I didn't see any cracks or other distinguishing marks.
They are neat. I've never seen dragon eggs up close.
I bit back the scream that wanted to jump out of me at Hamadia's voice. They are dragon eggs? I thought Tersane had said that, but then everything past Frey telling me I'd killed my brother had turned into a blur of pain and magic. My hair barely touching my shoulders was the biggest proof I had of the magic I'd done last night. Of magic fighting my attempts to do magic or damage while I was going insane.
Yes, though I have no idea what type.
She peered over my shoulder.
But all of them like heat and sand. That should keep them safe until they hatch.
We need to return them, I said, a touch of sorrow in my voice.
Give them back? But I just built this for them. They seem happy. Why do we need to give them back?
She seemed overly disappointed. Did the desire to have dragons as pets extend to dryads? I smiled, just a quirk of my lips, but more than I had expected. They might be dragons, and from Smog's comments, I know she searched for her baby. I can't take the risk that someone isn't searching for them. I let one finger drift over an egg, taking in the rough surface. Then I pinged Smog. I let it ring, and when she didn't respond, I let it be. I'd ping again in a bit. You did a beautiful job, and I like the dual cradles. I let my hands drift over the wood.
I wish I had more ideas,
she said, her leaves drooping as she patted the walls. A mischievous thought flashed through my mind. Would you like more magazines with articles?
You mean paper pictures? That would be neat.
This time, my smile almost encompassed both sides of my face. I can do that. I pulled out my phone and subscribed to Architectural Digest, wincing a bit at the price. It will take a week or 2, but you'll have ideas, I promise. She looked uncertain, but nodded.
Okay. Eggs?
Before I could answer, a ping rang off my skull and I winced. I could taste Smog in that ping, and she knocked hard. I'll let you know. I replied to Smog as I opened the door that led to my room. I didn't have the energy to have a public discussion, and part of me still wanted to slit my wrists. But it was a small part, and growing smaller. Good morning, Smog. I needed to let you know that 2 eggs seem to have shown up here. I believe they are dragon eggs. I kept my thoughts clear and tight, focusing on the words. I stepped into the room, then headed towards my study. Why would you think that? She sounded curious, not upset, which I took as a positive thing. Tersane said they were. Ah, she should know. Well then, why are you pinging me? I blinked and stumbled mentally. 'Cause we have the eggs, and I remember what you said about looking for Tietang after he disappeared. I didn't want another set of parents to have to do that. Ah. There was a strangeness to that word that made me uncomfortable, but that seemed to be how I existed of late, in a world of strangeness, so I let it be. Image? Closing my eyes, I took the impression of the way the eggs had looked, felt, seemed to me, and I pushed it towards her. a 3-dimensional image of them in the bowl. Nice nest. You are fine. They're not mine. But then I didn't think so, as I haven't clutched in a while. That might be something I should think about. But whose are they? I should let them know. I protested, thinking of the eggs being lost. They are not a full dragon, probably wyvern or questo. They will not care. If magic sent them to you, there was a reason, just like Tiatang was sent there. I was mostly mad because I didn't realize magic had sent him and thought him stolen. But I will let others know that you have the eggs. Most mothers are more than happy to have someone else care for the young. They are much work. I rubbed my temples at this. Motherhood seemed fraught with complications. Thank you. Don't forget the council meeting. It is in 3 weeks. I cringed. I'd completely forgotten the meeting. When? Esmir will have the details. She will be our transport. See you then. Even groaning felt like too much effort, so I just nodded, then remembered she couldn't see me. I'll follow up with her. I felt a snort, then the connection dropped. I sank down into the club chair in my study. My next item was to figure out which family and friends I should tell about this. I didn't know if I could deal with their rejection of me, but I needed to decide if they should be told. They deserved to know who I was, what I had done. I shied away from the thought of telling my parents, though. Now, in the cold light of morning without coffee, even I didn't think Stevie's death had been my fault. The memories of that day had grown hazier, but I remembered pulling back at something tugging on me. No anger, no hate, and I definitely remembered the grief. I curled up in the comfortable chair in the office, staring out the window. Snow started to fall, and I sat there, numb. Soon it would be a new year. Did I start it out with sorrow or joy?
Cori, are you okay?
Caroline said in my head. He wasn't in the study, so I figured he must be with Joe and Sable, probably in the kitchen sneaking bacon. The falling snow had gotten heavier while I sat and stared. I should get up and get more hot tea, but that involved moving. I'm alive, I murmured, believing he would hear me. Dealing with other people just sounded like too much effort. Guilt still racked me, and I had no idea what to do. There were 2 eggs in my nursery, 2 babies in my womb, and a past I couldn't change. The next thing I was aware of was Marisol sitting down on the ottoman in front of me. She cupped my cheek, a grave look on her face. Killing by accident when you tried to save your own life isn't anything to punish yourself for, me either. Her voice was soft and full of understanding. The desire to live is pervasive and should not be treated as reprehensible. You know already? I asked, a bit shocked. Who had told her? I know we were going to, but Joe would have waited. Why was she here? And why wasn't she railing at me? Kelly came and got me. He said we needed to know. He told all of us, actually. Henry and Sanchez are downstairs checking in with Joe. Are you okay? Her hand wrapped around mine, and I focused on it, her dark skin making mine seem even more washed out and sad. I was trying to wrap my mind around the fact that they were here, even as I tried to answer her question. No. Yes. I don't know. And I didn't. How long could I cry about something that some part of me had always known? There had been no malice on my part. I hadn't even realized what I was doing. Good. My head jerked up at that, and she smiled. You shouldn't know how you feel. This is probably both a shock and a relief. Everything is up in the air. All I can say is let yourself be. There isn't anything you can change, and you are surrounded by people who love you, who know you, and the person we know would never have killed their beloved sibling. From what Caroline said, magic forced a choice. and you fought harder. For all we know, Stephen wanted you to win more than he wanted to. Marisol shrugged. But you are alive. You have people who love you. And she paused to touch my stomach. And you have 2 lives in there depending on you. That made me smile, and I squeezed back. Yes, I do. And we'll do everything possible to protect them. A slow smile spread across her face, chasing away the shadows and pain that were reflected on my own. I would expect nothing less from my 3 daughters. Marisol pulled me into a hug, and I sank into it, letting her warmth and strength act as a balm for my scarred heart. You will be a great mother, and the 3 of you will be the best parents ever. Only because of you. My parents aren't exactly the role models I want for these kids, I murmured, leaning into her warmth, her love. Ah, Cori, they will never know what they lost when they shut down their hearts. And I will never do that to these children. We will always be there for them. The words formed a vow so deep and strong that I felt it vibrate inside me. We would never let them go through what I had. Ever. Now come on. Henry and Sanchez are down there worried about you. You are loved, Cori, though I feel you should let Laurel know. Stevie's death has eaten at her for years. She rose and pulled me with her. With Marisol's arm around my waist, I went downstairs to explain what happened and be surrounded by people who loved me, even knowing what stained my heart. Maybe I could ask Laurel to be my confessor. I needed something to balance me out. Chapter 36. The fascination with twins has been with our cultures for a very long time, but few talk about the stress having twins can put on a body. Your calorie needs skyrocket. You'll need even more vitamins, and you are more susceptible to anemia as twins will suck the iron away from you. Remember, this is if you try using blood as an offering for magic. Make sure you can afford to lose that offering. The Pregnant Mage. Sunday, I spent the day processing, but I did call Laurel and explain everything to her. Does that change how you feel? I asked, after an extended silence on the line. The chief of police in my hometown was many things, but a laid-back woman was not one of them. About you? She couldn't hear me nodding my head, but I think she knew anyhow. Of course. My heart and breath seized up. I'm even more in awe of your strength, and I'm sure you are racked with grief and guilt right now. But it wasn't your fault, though I do need to figure out how to write this up in the hopes it might solve a few cold cases. That comment brought me up short. I hadn't thought of that. I'll see what I can find as well. If it has happened before, there might be more than a few cold cases that can be resolved, I said, my voice distant as I filtered through my memories for any cases like that. Do that. But Cori, I'm glad you are alive. I'm just sad the price was your brother's life. Make sure your children don't need to make the same choice. Oh, I will. That much I can promise. The fervent tone of my voice should have convinced anyone. Laurel muttered my name with affection. What about my brother Chris? This I was hesitant about. Would he want to know his sister? What about him? That is your story to tell, not mine. My friend will contact him when he turns 18. Then he can decide. I looked at my phone. His birthday was very close to my due date. Maybe these kids would have an uncle. Or at least another one. I brushed it away. There wasn't anything I could do until he showed up. Thanks, Chief Emerson. Laurel, Cori. At this point, it's silly for you to still call me by my rank. Besides, I'm retiring soon. Time to go and enjoy sleeping in. Her huffing annoyance made me laugh, and we ended the call on a good note. I spent the rest of the day with Joe and Sable checking on me checking on the eggs, and Caroline fretting about all of us. It meant by the time I headed to work, I was relieved to be somewhere different. Somewhere I didn't need to think about the revelations of the weekend. I walked in to find Naomi waiting for me at my cubicle. "Morning," I said with an arch of my brow. My fist tightened around my mug of tea, and I knew I was going to be regretting the lack of coffee almost immediately. "Morning, Cori. Caroline. We have some people here who want to talk to you." Over? The explosion that had happened 4 weeks ago at the beginning of December, and everything had already been gleaned from us. It was the one time my expensive offerings came in handy. If the double Merlin had to spend that much to fly, it was probably out of range for any other normal mage. Mostly, I was glad it hadn't been caught on camera. That might have been more traumatic and spawned too many copycats. They have some questions about China and Shishi. Her flat tone and crossed arms had me looking at her funny. And you have issues with that? You are my Merlin, and my department rarely gets mages at all. I wish all the other departments would quit poaching. She ground out. I tried not to laugh. All this, and she was more upset with office politics than anything. If only my life was always so banal. The momentary humor fled as memory crushed me again. I shook it off and looked at her. "So, where are they?" "Same conference room. I swear I'm about to label it the Munroe Conference Room and just dedicate it to you and your complications." I shrugged, setting my bag down but keeping my herbal tea in my hand. "If you do, remember a bed for Caroline. Up about table level would be best, so they can't ignore him." She was still chortling at the idea as I headed down to the conference room.
"That is an excellent idea, but it should be much higher, so I can lurk and decide who I will pounce."
Caroline walked beside me, his tail bouncing in excitement. Are you trying to winnow out the people who annoy me by causing them heart attacks? I could just imagine him springing on someone. They'd die of fright before his claws ever punctured their clothes.
"You will not let me hunt them, which makes this a valid option. I think you would have much more productive gatherings if this was permitted."
I snorted at the idea of Caroline in the ceiling tiles, peering down at them, licking his chops. Yes, all the meetings would finish very quickly. Daydreams, I swear. The door was open, so I walked in and saw 2 people I'd never met before, and one I did know. "Pearl, how are you? I didn't know you were here." Working for her had irked me. Honestly, she'd been a decent boss, and we'd parted on good, if relieved, terms. The position had not been a good fit for my skills, more than anything being about her. "Cori, it is good to see you." Pearl smiled at me and nodded her head, but neither of us made any move towards each other. We were former coworkers, not friends. I turned my attention to the men and decided I'd rather sit. The small of my back had been hurting more lately, and there was no need to try to wow them. I had the tattoos. They didn't. I walked to the head of the table, my back to the wall and TV screen, and took a seat. "So, what's this all about?" They all looked confused at my skipping the social niceties, but I was finding that between my clothes not fitting and the mood swings, I cared very little. Besides, they came to see me, which meant I had the power.
"Merlin Munroe, my name is Joseph Bellwether. Mrs. Chen suggested we come to see you."
I resisted sighing. "And you are? And about what?" People frustrated me. Thinking of that, we needed to see about having Charles over. I had an idea I wanted to run by him and my partners. Pearl hid a grin behind her hand while pretending to rub her nose. The speaker, a man in a suit that cost way too much, with brown hair and a supercilious expression, sniffed.
"I am the AD camp to the ambassador to China, and we are here to request your assistance."
It took a great deal of effort not to groan. Tietang, I just knew he was behind this somehow. "And why exactly is that?"
"The Empress of China,"
he stumbled over that a bit, but I pretended not to notice,
"is most perplexing. She isn't following any of the normal rules and has expressed interest in you multiple times. We're trying to figure out how to handle her. We knew how to deal with the former emperor, but she is an unknown variable, and that makes us nervous."
And I stared at them. Did they think we were besties or something? I like the woman, sure, but I didn't really know her. Though I hope to someday.
"We are hoping to elicit your assistance in dealing with her."
The word had a vaguely ominous tone that gave me the creeps. Caroline had jerked up and was no longer laying behind me, but sitting up, peering over the table. The idea of him having a high perch sounded much more comforting than it had a few minutes ago. "And you are?" I stared at the other man. He wasn't a mage, so I assumed State Department like Pearl, but my assumptions were biting me on the ass too much.
"I am one of the liaisons with China, Reginald Jones. I believe you spoke with my cohort, Gloria."
Sure. The name didn't ring a bell, but that didn't mean much. Names and faces were a constant blur lately. But what does this have to do with me?
"The ceremony will be an excellent time for you to communicate some of our concerns with her, and maybe pass on some thoughts we would like her to entertain."
Joseph's voice was smooth, but I didn't buy it for a moment. Besides, at this rate, that ceremony wouldn't take place until next decade. I still hadn't heard any further details about it. Oh, that Gloria. Okay, whatever. I still don't know when it's happening. I opened my mouth to ask the question if any decisions had been made about it, when Joseph kept talking.
"Shishi is turning out to be unusual. Her behavior does not match the patterns we have observed in previous Chinese rulers, and this is cause for concern. We are concerned that her actions will upset the balance of power in the East and want to see what she is thinking."
Every warning bell I had went off, and I almost sidestepped away. But I stayed still, with my entire body tense and ready to react. But they had not lied once, which perversely made me more worried. "So, what are you asking?" I said, my voice very calm, almost meek. Reginald and Joseph glanced at each other.
"She is saying you are the only mage she will deal with. We would like you to occasionally talk to her for us. Encourage her to stay in the lines that are drawn, or at the very least work with us."
Reginald said slowly. "Us being?"
"The United States, of course. We want to keep the friendly interactions such as we had with the last emperor. If Shishi is wise, she will make sure the status quo is maintained."
Joseph sounded very sure of himself, and I noted that they used her first name constantly after the first time, as if she wasn't worthy of the title. And if she won't? I kept flicking my gaze between all of them. Pearl had lost her amusement, and I could almost see the train wreck that was about to occur.
"Then we would like you to leverage your connections with the beings in the plains and take her magic away."
Reginald stated the words the same way someone orders their coffee black. I looked at the three of them. They were idiots, and they were trying to catch me up in their sheer stupidity. "I never realized so clearly how much you hate mages," I murmured, "or how little you understand." They reacted as if slapped. Joseph drew himself up with an affronted glare on his face.
"You should think carefully about this. You are a citizen of the United States, and we can make your draft most unpleasant and redraft both of your partners."
The sneer in his voice was unmistakable. I smiled. It seemed to shock them, because I wasn't snarling, though the temptation was there. It was a smile of true amusement. "You're right. You could. But ask yourself how wise it is to threaten someone who is on good terms with these creatures, as you call them. Besides, I think you greatly misunderstand the balance of power in my relationship with them. They are not at my beck and call. If anything, I am their pet, and he is my leash. I nodded at Caroline, still smiling. I heard a low rumble and flicked my eyes toward him, not at all surprised to see a snarl on his face displaying very sharp teeth. Now, are you seriously suggesting I get close to the Empress of China, who doesn't speak much English, and try to convince her and her familiar to do as you think she should? You do remember her familiar as a dragon, right? A dragon that can show up anywhere he wants at any time? The temptation to ask Tietang to pop in was almost overwhelming, but I wanted to get them to think, not get them to eliminate me, no matter what the consequences were. I resisted the urge to put my hand over my stomach. If I were you, I'd actually talk to the woman and figure out her concerns instead of trying to manage her. I glared at them, then asked one final question. If the successor had been an emperor, would you still be trying this manipulation?
Yes,
Reginald lied, and I arched an eyebrow. He gritted his teeth.
Probably not. There are other ways to manage men.
This made me blink, then groan. Ugh, this is why humans are so disregarded by the realm denizens, because of stuff like this. Merlins are powerful and dangerous, yet we seem to have our teeth pulled. The Empress of China is a powerful, smart woman who would like to chart her own path. If you are smart, you will see how to further her goals, not bend them to what you think they should be. I would advise you to not treat her as a woman. I was very sardonic on the word woman. It would be unwise to think of her as anything other than what she is. The Merlin Empress of China. Discount that at your risk. When this was done, I would be sharing all of it with Tietang. As far as I could see, I wasn't doing anything other than warning another woman they were trying to drug her drink. They all glared at me, except for Pearl, who had her inscrutable look firmly in place.
You will regret this, Miss Munroe,
ground out Reginald, while Joseph just looked weary. I tilted my head, looking at him. There was so much I could lose here. But if I became their whipping boy, the cost to all of us would be even greater. It is Merlin Munroe, and I probably will. But a few things to remember. Caroline is independent and intelligent. His mother is more so. And the creatures you mentioned seem to like me and my partners. They have already promised to seek revenge if I am killed. I can only imagine what would happen if my children or my partners were killed, even accidentally. All of them looked at me, and then toward my stomach, currently hidden by the table. And just to remind you, they helped me create a place to dump a nuclear weapon. Otherwise, a good chunk of DC wouldn't exist. They would know I was pregnant soon enough, so hiding it gained me nothing. But reminding them what they owed the other realms was always a good thing. They didn't look at each other, but I swear I could hear the thoughts burning through the air. I sighed. It worried me when I became the voice of reason. Most of the time, I was the one who wanted to rush into things. But this was crazy. The last thing I wanted to be involved with was messing with other countries. Japan and China together were more of a headache than I wanted. You might want to actually talk to her, not lecture like I suspect you've been doing. See why she is making the changes and what she hopes to accomplish. And I'd also suggest maybe have a woman talk to her, not a man try to control her. From what I know, she is practical. I closed my eyes, then snapped them open. If I can comprehend the need to kill someone before they kill others, I have no doubt that a woman in the imperial court has zero illusions. I suspect she just lacks knowledge. Or even worse, she might be an idealist. I didn't bother to hide the sarcasm in that comment. Their faces didn't change, but I was done. I'd added 2 new tasks to my to-do list. Warn Joe and Sable, and get them a way to get to the glades in an emergency, and ask Hamadia what we could do to increase security around her. Something I probably should have done years ago. I nodded at all of them and stood. They did too, striding out, but Pearl hung back. I arched a brow at her, curious. So, you getting excited for the big day? A smile slipped out. I couldn't wait to not be pregnant anymore, but not sure I was looking forward to labor. I guess. Mostly I'm looking forward to it being over, I think. I understand that. It seems like so much planning and ado for something that usually over in hours. You figure out what you are going to wear? I wrinkled my brow, but shrugged. Yes, it's all set up in a bag, so when it's time I won't have to think much about it. The go bag kept getting repacked by Sable and Joe, as they thought of something else we had to have with us. I just let them take care of it. I'd be happy with a long t-shirt and shoes. Good for you. I can't plan that far ahead. Good luck. I'll see you then. She nodded at me and strode out, leaving me standing there a bit perplexed. Finally, I shook my head, dismissing it. I suspected they had brought her to soften me with a woman's presence. People really needed to do their research more. I walked out, Caroline guarding my back, which now had a target on it. Why couldn't people just let me be? Chapter 37.
The body will redirect energy to build the placenta, causing unexpected fatigue. This is why in the first few months, mages may find the cost of magic a bit higher than normal, but not excessively.
James Wells' Journal, Year 25. The rest of the week went by quietly, mostly research on cold cases. I was preoccupied with trying to stay limber. My body felt weird and out of balance, and it made me even more uncomfortable than I actually was. The council meeting was tomorrow, Saturday, and I still didn't know what to expect. But between the not-so-subtle threats from the OMO, and probably others, I'm surprised Naomi didn't send me home after the fourth time I burst into tears. Next time, lounge on the blasted table, I muttered to Caroline as he let me step into the house. It was silent, though never cold. Hamadia ensured that. I felt some of my stress drop as her welcome wrapped around me. "I'm home, Hamadia," I called out. She didn't always respond, and I wasn't even sure if she heard me, but it was only polite. I headed upstairs and slipped into stretchy pants and a looser bra. I would have to give in and dig into the maternity clothes Joe and Sable had purchased. At least they hadn't gotten me moo-moos. I might have killed them. I pulled on neon fuchsia leggings and a tunic top in green and black abstract. It didn't go together at all, but it was comfortable, and that was all I cared about. The finishing touch was fuzzy yellow socks. As I was home first, I headed down to pull something out of the freezer and put it into the oven, set the cooking time for 2 hours, then grabbed my book on pregnancy to read. I'd learned to not look online for information. The stuff I found there was enough to make me run screaming for the hills, so a nice, safe book was better. "Cori, are you ready to go?" Esmir's voice startled me out of my doze. I'd been falling asleep more often. That part was both nice and annoying. At least my chair at work was too uncomfortable to fall asleep in. I looked around, not seeing her. Trying to shake the sleep out of my brain, I responded. "Go where?" I focused on the window. The outside was dark and lights were coming on. From what I could tell, Joe and Sable weren't home yet. Exasperation filled her mental voice. "The council meeting. It starts in 10 minutes. That cleared the last fuzziness out of my brain. "What?" I jerked upright and checked my watch. It was only 7:30 in the evening. "You said the meeting was Saturday," I protested. even as I levered myself out of the chair.
Yes, it is Saturday,
she replied as she stepped out. Amber gold eyes narrowed as she looked at me.
I'm not much of a judge of human attire, but is that really appropriate?
It is Friday night, not Saturday, I protested, but I was already headed to my bedroom to change. And no, I would never be seen in public in this. She followed me into the bedroom.
I'm sure it is Saturday.
Maybe in China, not here. I pulled off my clothes as she inspected my bedroom. Give me a few minutes.
Being late will not impress them,
she warned, though I didn't hear any real worry. I didn't think Kath cared about being on time. I pulled on simple black leggings and a loose dark green dress that hit my knees and matched it with some flat sandals. I wasn't too worried about being cold. Every glade I'd been in had always been between 70 and 80 degrees or hotter. Dragon Sands were hotter.
They don't, but you are not Kath.
No, I'm someone attending under protest, and only because people I like have asked me to attend. I've got enough problems with human governments. I really don't need to be involved in yours. Esmir snorted.
Keep that attitude. It will serve you well.
She flicked me with her tail.
Are you ready?
Caroline, you coming? I hadn't seen him since I curled up in the chair and had no clue where he was. He came out of the bathroom, to my amusement.
Of course.
Esmir walked over and ran her tongue over the lingering scar on his face.
You are well?
There was a world of meaning in those words, and I wanted to hug her.
Yes, I healed well. I would not recommend that experience, however.
He leaned into her touch.
But do we not have a boring council meeting to attend?
I suspect this time it will not be so boring.
Her cryptic comment didn't do anything to assure me. I took another minute to brush my hair and teeth. The second I was done, I called out, Hamadia?
Yes, Cori.
She didn't appear, but I could feel her attention on me. Would you please let Joe and Sable know I'm at the council meeting with Esmir? She faded into view, her head tilting at an angle no human would replicate.
That sounds like it will be interesting.
I hope not. I would like boring.
Come, Cori, we are late.
Esmir had a rip floating in my bedroom and stood next to it, her tail swaying back and forth. Will you? I directed the comment to Hamadia as I walked toward the rip.
Yes, enjoy your meeting.
Her comment lingered in my ears as I stepped through. I never knew what to expect when I stepped in. Fire, water, desert, plains. But what greeted me was new. I'd seen a few structures in the realms, but I'd never been in one other than the temple. This was a large room, with chairs set in a rough circle, with largish gaps between them. Beings gathered in little clumps. I looked around and saw Tersane, Salastra, and a shifting blob I assumed was Bob. A chime sounded, and a voice that I'd never heard before rang out through the room.
All members are here. Please take your seats.
It was like having a spotlight on me as the room turned to inspect me. My nerves bubbled up, and I pressed them down. They asked me here. I still didn't understand why.
Follow me,
Esmir whispered in my mind. I knew this was for me only, and I sank my right hand into the fur on her shoulder as my left hand sank into Caroline's. She was still larger than he was, but I suspected in another decade he'd bulk up, and he'd be about her size. She'd mentioned once that most Cath easily lived into their 8th decade, and those with magic doubled that. The odds were Caroline would outlive me. When I thought about the children I carried, I rather liked that idea. There were so many creatures, but as the voice faded, most of them settled into the gallery area, leaving only 9 plus me and Caroline on the main floor.
Sit, everyone. I do not wish to be here overly long.
Tursane said in a voice that left no room for dissent. She was topless today, but she had a harder edge to her than normal. She stared as everyone took their seats, perches, or just occupied a space. "Sit here, Cori. I will be next to you." Esmir moved into the space next to a chair, taking her Egyptian cat pose with regal grace. Caroline settled down in front of me, looking like a loaf of red bread. The beans were still settling in as I stared, trying to take it all in. It took me a minute, but I figured it out. There were 3 lords for each of the realms. Chaos had Esmir, a Naga, and Bob, who just kinda oozed, with a tentacle coming out occasionally like a tongue. I really hoped he wasn't going to talk too much. Having blood run out of my nose and ears put most creatures off. And it hurt. Order had Salastra, a Chitarian, and a Valkyrie, though it wasn't Frey. Then Spirit had Tursane, one of the dogs with wings I'd seen Caroline talking to, an Aralas, if I remembered correctly, and a bird so bright gold it glowed. It looked nothing like Giorgaz, so I had no idea if it was a phoenix or not. But where Giorgaz had a beak implying he ate fruits and seeds, this hooked beak screamed carnivore. But it was so dang pretty, I wanted to pet it. "Stop it. It would not be wise to pet Zestori." Esmir's voice stopped me, and I realized I was half out of my chair. I plopped down with a wave of embarrassment flashing through me. Luckily, people were still settling into their chairs, and no one else seemed to have noticed. "What is that?" I hissed in my mind to her, my eyes still captivated by the golden feathers. "Zestori. He is a hypnohawk. He tends to hypnotize prey. Makes him lazy," she said dismissively. The longer I watched, the more I actually saw him, and the desire to pet wore off. But the first few glances at him were powerful. I had so many questions, but everyone had settled down, and I peered toward where they were looking. At one point in the circle of chairs was a perch similar to the one Zestori sat on. We seemed to be waiting for something, and I was just about to ask when there was a flare of light, and a something appeared in the center of the circle in an explosion of color. My eyes watered from the brightness of it, and by the time I could see again, a glorious creature rested on the perch. While I had no doubt it was a phoenix, the color scheme was drastically different from Giorgaz, where he was all the colors of fire, from white to blue to red fire. This bird was the colors of the rainbow. Yellows, greens, blues, purples, everything in just a swirl that should not have worked, yet it did. Peacocks would hide their tails in shame at the glory of this bird.
"Welcome to the meeting of the realms. This is a special session specifically designed to address the human realm. No other business will be accepted for this meeting."
I sat up straight, fear locking my back straighter than a back brace.
"Who speaks for the human realm? Who is the representative for Earth?"
Oh, this couldn't be happening. This is not what I signed up for.
"Cori, stand up and say you do."
Esmir's voice prodded me. I gave her a glare, and the desire to call fire mingled with my fear. I tamped it down and slowly stood, hating every word that fell from my lips. "Cori Munroe. I do." I wasn't sure I could get any other words out of my mouth.
"You are recognized, Cori Munroe. Tursane and Salastra speak highly of you."
I slowly sank back down into the chair and shot Tursane a wide-eyed look. What did they want me to do or say? I hated being blindsided, and this was the worst. "If I find out you knew anything about this, I swear to Merlin I am going to have a new ruby rug for my bedroom." I whispered the words mentally in a fierce hiss at Caroline. His ears were back and eyes narrowed.
"I swear on my fur I didn't know anything about this. I was told that you were needed to answer some questions. Nothing more.
Oh, questions. This I can handle. I hope. Thank you. How may I assist the council? With luck, that was a neutral comment. There was a shuffle through the room, but I couldn't identify why or what it was about.
I am still not sure she is the best choice, but to be honest, she at least is not as objectionable as many who have talked to us, and at least she hasn't been turned to stone.
Salistra's voice cut through my mind as always, but while it sliced, it wasn't as painful as I remembered.
Are there any other comments about our choice?
The Phoenix said, his voice ringing in my head like a bell, louder than previously. There was shuffling and a few looks around, but no one said anything.
Then we shall begin. Cori Munroe, where does the human realm stand on the request to join the council?
Every being in there shifted to look at me, and I just wanted to run away. What in the world were they talking about? Chapter 38. Pregnancy fact. If you are sexually active, you can get pregnant while already pregnant. It's incredibly rare, but it happens when your ovaries don't stop releasing eggs. It's called superfetation. Any pregnant woman should let her doctor know if she is still sexually active. The pregnant mage. I cleared my throat and stood, feeling even more self-conscious. The pregnancy threw my balance off, which made me feel awkward. I do not know what that question means or what you are asking. The rush of whispers was like a trickle of water flowing over me.
Did you not receive the précis of this discussion?
The rainbow bird ruffled its feathers, a sense of agitation about the movements. Resisting the urge to snark at all of them, I swallowed and tried to answer in a diplomatic manner. There seems to be a bit of a mix-up. I was simply told that you wanted me at the council meeting, nothing more. If there was something that I was supposed to read or have, I am unaware of it. I don't even know who you all are. That last part felt like a whine, but I hated not knowing people's names.
What? Zmog told me she'd given it to you when she told you.
Esmir sat up straight, ears back. I shook my head slowly, wondering if I should run now. The mood had changed from tense curiosity to annoyance. These were not creatures I wanted annoyed with me. Salistra was bad enough.
Zmog, your attendance is required.
The ping ricocheted around in my mind, and I winced. I would not want to refuse that voice. There was a power to it that made me want to hide behind Esmir and under Caroline. What is it now? Zmog's familiar voice rang through my mind, and I clenched the sides of my chair trying to figure out the cost for an emergency sidestep back to Hamadia. Maybe her glade would be cheaper?
Attend!
The power made my teeth ache. A wall disappeared to my right, and everyone subtly shifted to stare at the grassy stretch beyond. Part of me noted that it didn't end, just faded into gray like the other pockets I'd been in. The dark, fading ray pulled the image of my nuclear pocket realms through my mind, and I shuddered. It would be best if I never had to go there. Hopefully, it would dissipate when I died. A rip that hurt worse than any in a long time hit me as Zmog stepped out into the glade. She was snarling, and her tail lashed back and forth like a mace, and I thought maybe her throat was glowing.
What do you want, Bricks? I told you I had little patience for this nonsense. We are dragons, and as long as you leave us alone, we will not protest what the council decides. Your rulings rarely affect us anyhow.
The words came out as contemptuous snarls, leaving me with ruffles of pain in my mind.
You agreed to pass on our message and give Cori the background information. You did not.
The bird, Brix, I guessed, had fluffed up all its feathers and seemed to all but sparkle. It reminded me of a glowing disco ball.
I forgot. So?
Is it that hard to talk to someone, or are you so used to having your feathers worshipped by the rest of these who beg for drops of your tears that you don't know how to communicate? The scathing words had half of the room reacting, as if she'd said something horrible about their mothers. Tursane remained calm, but Esmir had bristled, and her ears were laid back against her skull.
Watch who you are calling deersuckers, lizard. You may find scales are not as much protection as you thought.
Esmir hissed back. I scooted my chair toward Kirlian. Do we need to flee? He was alert and aware, but I was ready to run. There was no way I could survive a fight with these beings.
You worry overmuch, Cori. This is council ground.
His voice didn't sound upset, but he still was wary. Which means what? I was going to start beating people with golf clubs if someone didn't explain what was going on. Other voices chimed in a cacophony of tones and pitches, both in my mind and audibly. It was creating a headache of massive proportions.
Enough! We are scaring the human.
Bob's voice cut through my mind with a spike of pain that elicited a whimper, and I bent over, grabbing my head. That stab cut through my fear and snapped what little patience I had. Anger drove me, but even more so while I had these children growing in me. I wasn't about to be at ground zero for a fight between powerful denizens. I stood, letting pain and annoyance fuel me. Yes, enough! Either explain exactly what you want or I'm leaving, and you can suck the abyss. There was a rough intake of breath. I learned that phrase was worse than most human ones, but right now, it fit. This entire situation was loaded with prima donnas, and I wanted to go home.
Her request is not unreasonable,
someone said, but I didn't turn to figure out who. I kept glaring at Smog, Brix, and the staring match they had going on. So, I will leave. I have much better things to do tonight, like read a good book. My voice was icy, and I really wanted to strangle all of them right now. If it wasn't that I wanted to keep on good terms with a few of them, I would have already left. Brix flipped tail feathers at Smog, who for her part just sneered, the glow in her throat slowly dying.
Pretentious lizard. Memory problems. She must be getting old.
Esmir's words rippled as a low growl through my mind, and Smog mantled her wings in a flick. Lazy furball, you've become a house cat. Smog mimicked Esmir's favorite pose, wrapping her spiked tail around her. If I wasn't so frustrated and tired, I might have laughed. They reminded me of frenemies I'd seen in high school. It was amusing and ridiculous at the same time. How old are they? I said in a sotto voice to Kirlian, knowing that every creature in the room would hear me, because I've seen teenagers act more maturely.
A few hundred each at least. You'd think they would know better.
The snickers that rippled around the room had both Esmir and Smog ignoring each other. I let them be. It had reduced the tension in the room. Instead, I focused on Brix. Well, am I going to get information or am I leaving? The mix of amusement and outrage at my arrogance came through clearly via the audible and mental murmurs, but Brix settled down on the perch and spent a quick second preening breast feathers.
Yes, you are quite correct. We have questions about the magic you still feed to Tursane. It is creating a possible power imbalance. Please address.
I snorted. I'm not feeding her anything. I asked a favor. She granted it. If there is still magic being fed to her, I'm not doing it. Brix fluffed up and turned his head to stare at Tursane.
You implied that she was feeding you magic.
Tursane looked back coolly.
No, I said that the favor had no constraints. You interpreted that to mean she was feeding me. I am still fulfilling her favor, as many have magic they cannot use in accordance with human laws. I take the magic from them to spare them.
The council murmured and stared at me.
Tell her to end the favor,
Celestia snapped out, her tail lashing.
She doesn't need all that power.
I groaned, my head and back hurting. I needed to pee, and I was craving sushi, which I couldn't have. Breathe. You can do this. Breathe. Every eye in the chamber was on me as I tried to come up with a solution. There were days when I wished no one had any magic or everyone did. It would make life simpler and more even-handed. I am not quite sure why my request to remove magic from one girl, or at least that had been my intent, has become this. I do not control what Tursane does or does not do. I firmly believed that. There was something about how they regarded magic and permission that controlled this, and I wasn't about to try to point that out as they might figure out anyone could take a human's magic. So, as she has this ability, why don't you talk to her about sharing? Spread the magic out to everyone. The attention shifted again, and Tursane stood up proud. The snakes coiled like springs on her head.
I would be delighted to talk trade agreements for a sharing of this excess magic.
Comments, shrieks, and growls rumbled around the chamber. I ignored them. So, are we done? I would like to go home. I had to pitch my voice louder to carry over the noise. Bricks chimed, like a long, perfect note, and the chamber fell quiet.
You were also requested to come here as a representative of humanity. As this just proved, humans are involved in magic. We have tried multiple times to get humans on the council, but invariably they wanted to use it as a means to obtain power, and not work for the betterment of all beings. Esmir and Tursane have been impressed by your choices and your compassion. They felt you would be a good lead representative and able to find others to serve on the council. We wish for 2 mages from different countries and a member of the Chosen of the Beasts. You, of course, will be one of the mages.
I blinked at them, trying to order my list of questions. Chosen of the Beast? Brix ruffled his feathers, his head peering around me to stare at Esmir. She vibrated slightly in something between a purr and a chuff.
If I am right, they are referred to as the American Indian nation of your species.
Oh, it answered the question, but it tended to raise more questions. But I focused on the important ones right now, which meant not following up on my curiosity. What does the council do, exactly? I couldn't see any of these beings being governed by another, much less a being from another realm. Why did they meet, and what did they do were things I needed to know. Conspire to make my life miserable? Smog muttered, or at least I think she meant to, but her voice rumbled through my mind like a slow earthquake. Everyone else managed to ignore her, or at least not react in a manner that I noticed.
Mostly we deal with changes in magic, rips opening between realms, summonings. It lets us all know of changes. For instance, when you created that pocket to dump radiation into, Georgaz came and let us know so we could avoid it. Many of us get overly curious at times. We only meet once each season or so, but there are reports to hear occasionally.
The way that was phrased caught my attention. Here.
Writing is both annoying, and you miss too many details. Whenever something interesting happens, we require a witness and a report. Georga's recitations of your exploits have been some of the most attended meetings in recent history. Report meetings are always held in public venues. It is almost like what you call a play, I believe.
Yes, Shakespeare was entertaining. I watched him many times via small windows before the major openings occurred. I wish there were more like him still.
I twisted my head to see who had spoken, as this rang in my ears. To my surprise, it was the Arilas. With a shrug, I wrenched my attention back to my priorities. And why do you want humans involved?
They are part of magic, are they not? They should be as involved as any of us.
Brix ruffled feathers as if to say, duh. And you want me to decide? Why me? To my surprise, Salastra spoke, her voice gentler than normal.
As much as I find humans to be selfish and rather short-sighted, you have consistently risen above my admittedly low expectations. Given that, I am content to let you guide the human voice on this council.
I blinked. That was close to effusive praise from Salastra. I see. There are a few things you need to be aware of. I will not be on the council. There was an instant uproar and protest from the various voices. It amused me to note Tersane and Esmir stayed silent. A headache built behind my eyes, and I rubbed my temples and fought back the sudden desire to drop to my knees and start bawling. The room quieted around me as I fought to get my emotions under control. Hormones sucked. I could hear the beans' breaths, and I fought against the weight of their stares as I struggled to control my tears. I don't want to cry. I repeated those words over and over as I clenched my fists. It helped, as did breathing through my nose in harsh snorts. Okay, first, I am pregnant, which means in about 4 months, give or take, I will be giving birth to 2 babies. 2. And most humans only give birth to 1. That means my life will be otherwise occupied until I am done with that, and human children grow slowly. That is non-negotiable. Ask me in 2 decades and I might have a different answer. The sounds that rose in the chamber were a mix between laughter, disgruntled sounds, and commiserating. I ignored them all.
I can see why that might be distracting to you, especially as your young ones require nursing,
said someone. I wasn't sure who, but I wasn't going to let any conversations devolve into a human sexuality conversation. Joe could handle that, not me.
Shairisa, enough!
Brix snapped out the words, glaring at the Naga. I shifted my attention to the Naga for a moment, noting the similarity to Tersane, minus the snake hair.
Your objections are noted. However, we still need to find mages with your level of internal consistency. We want people who have your lack of desire for power.
I laughed. You are talking about mages and expect them to compete with you? Only mages with massive egos and who are very selfish yet aware of that will be able to function against or with you. Anyone else would be too intimidated by this collection of beings. Ego is mandatory. Tersane, to my right, snorted, but I managed to not look at her. Brix peered down from the perch, claws silvery against the dark material.
Your words have validity. Are there ones who you feel would serve well on this council? We would weigh your opinions well regarding any who may be called to this burden. It would be best if they were at least what you call Merlins. Anyone weaker would be at a disadvantage here.
I can't answer that. I've not even thought about it until now. But I will approach a few and see if I can find candidates for this. I believe you are right, and that Earth realm should be involved in matters of the council. Gritting my teeth, I forced out the polite words, even if I wanted to call them all Merlin's banished idiots. I am honored by your trust in me. They all bowed to me, which weirded me out to no end, and then Esmir's tail tapped my butt. It is time. We should leave. I have zero desire to listen to Smog excuse her lax adherence to duty. I fought back a laugh, and we walked through a portal back to the house, Caroline protecting my back. Chapter 39. Employment offered. Looking for an air mage with a degree in aeronautics to work with the NTSB investigating air crashes. Must be archmage or higher, with relevant degree, experience in crash investigation, or criminal justice background preferred. Magic Indeed job listing. I stepped out of the rip from the council chambers back into the house and sighed in relief. Voices filtered down the hall. What? She didn't tell you any more than that? I swear, I never realized how terrified I was of her getting hurt when she ran out the door, until it was 3 people who could get hurt. Joe's voice echoed down the hall, and I laughed, following it into the kitchen with Caroline and Esmir behind me. She'll be fine. With Esmir and Caroline with her, the world would have to end before she would get hurt. You're being overly paranoid. Sable soothed Joe as I stepped into the kitchen to see them working on dinner. Ah, you're worried about me, I said, leaning against the door jamb, the scent of pasta and marinara sauce making me ravenous. They jerked their heads up to stare at me, smiles crossing their faces as stress bled out of their postures. Humans, did you think any harm would come to her? She carries babies who I have not met yet, ones I wish to watch grow. There was no danger. Esmir pushed by me and lifted her head to sniff the pasta sauce on the stove. That is not blood. What is the red? No danger if you don't count a pissy dragon, arrogant phoenix, and realm lords bickering like old ladies in a retirement home. I countered. For a few minutes, I had seriously considered running for cover, but the odds were half the denizens in the room would have taken it as an offer to chase me. Joe and Sable glanced at the 3 of us. Then Sable pointed at the table. Sit. I want to hear every detail. Let me change clothes first, and I'll be back. The next 40 minutes were spent eating, telling my tale, watching Esmir try to decide if she liked pasta bolognese or not, and catching up on their day. I ended with, so I have no idea who to recommend or who might be suited. It scares me to think what someone unethical, which most people are when push comes to shove, would do in that situation. Joe shrugged. I think you're worrying about it too much. They aren't going to invade Earth, and from what I've seen, most of the lords don't have the same morals that we do. Their view on life is drastically different, and I'm not sure anyone who is super ethical would be able to handle them. I think if anything, you'll need a person who is good but with very flexible morals. Sable nodded. I think you'd be better off with good, not nice, as your guidelines. Maybe. I only have one person who might be able to get a message to the AIN, and even then I have no idea if they will help or not. But your way of phrasing it, good, not nice, makes me think of someone who might be the right fit. I would almost say she, but she has a country to run. True, countered Joe, but you don't want only people like us. I motioned with my hand for her to go on as I popped a piece of salad in my mouth. We are worried about our own lives, maybe those of our friends, but we don't have to think about how other things affect the people or global economies. We don't think how what other people or countries do could affect our own. If you are going to recommend people, it needs to be people or at least one person who can think that way. Huh, I said, leaning back in my chair as I thought. She was right. And oddly, I didn't want it to be anyone I knew well. I wanted them to be, what? Acquaintances? Why? The realization slammed into me as I followed the thought. I wanted them to be people I wouldn't be devastated over if they were killed. Esmir, how often are council members killed? She had played with the pasta, licking off the sauce mostly, and was busy cleaning her claws.
Caught that did you? Yes, there are deaths between the counselors. Not common, but neither is it rare.
Esmir flicked an ear at me.
Does it matter?
I managed to not start laughing, mainly because I didn't know if it would fall into hysterical laughter. I would prefer to not send anyone to their death. It means I need to pick people who know both how to provoke and protect themselves. But why me? Why drag me into this? There was a bit of whining in my voice, but dang it, why me?
We have discussed it for a while, but we meet very few sane mages, and those who are sane, or mostly, are like James Wells, hoarders.
She sounded so matter-of-fact that I didn't know how to react. Hoarders? Joe asked, grabbing for more bread before Sable ate it all.
Some humans are like dragons. They find things they want to collect and keep those things to themselves. For James, it was knowledge. For others, it is eggs, memory stones, plants. I've seen almost everything over the years.
She retracted her claws a few times, checking to make sure all the red was off them.
The others who find us are used as toys all too often. They get what they wanted. Access to the realms and the consequences that come with that.
Sable frowned. What do you mean, toys? I winced. Toys had all too real meaning for me. I liked the denizens, I knew, but they weren't human and didn't have human reactions to things.
We play with the lesser beings. Humans qualify as toys, food, even sexual perversions. Not all of us, but note that most of us only do it for those who invade our world, seeking to destroy or control us. The few who enter honestly, or with no ill intentions, end up as the stars of your stories.
She said all of this as if explaining how justice worked. I bowed my head, remembering the feeling from when I understood how law and justice worked around mages. The absolutes were stark and painful. Not my world, not my consequences. That doesn't sound like you or Tersane, Sable said slowly, and I couldn't look at her. She hadn't seen the way Salistra behaved, or even how some of the other denizens acted. Esmir sighed, a weird sound coming from a cat. It was more like a long, low hiss.
Chaos is not like Earth. Your world is constant. Though people may choose to act weirdly, your world does not change.
Joe looked ready to protest, but Esmir held up her tail.
You have tides when the moon rises. Your sun always comes up in the east. If dropped, objects fall at the same rate every time. Your world is constant. Ours is not. Most denizens do not become mages like me or even Gerlian are. He is the only kid I keep in regular contact with. The rest have found their own lives or deaths wanting little to do with my choices. The life of a lord is not simple.
She huffed.
I do not know how to explain. We are not animals, but we are not human. For many of us, even other Cath families are only there if both sides choose that. I chose to keep in touch with my kids, even when they chose lives without active magic. We eat intelligent creatures that were too slow or too stupid. Life is what you make of it in the realms, and you cannot judge it or us by human definitions. Otherwise, you will be sorely disappointed.
We all just stared at her, and Sable sighed. So you and Tersane are oddballs? Esmir didn't say anything for a minute. Then she looked up at us.
Tersane and I are choosing to try something different. So far, Cori, and you two have made that attempt worth it.
A mountain of responsibility slammed onto my shoulders, and I felt it take my breath away. One more thing to try to figure out. Caroline huffed.
You take this too seriously, all of you. We are no better or worse than humans from other cultures. Treat us, them, as you wish to be treated, and you will be fine.
I looked at Joe and Sable, and they had the same serious look on their faces as I knew was on mine. You know they are right. We treat them as friends, so they treat us that way. I know Paul Goines saw them as pawns at best, disposable things at worst. Then why should they treat him any differently? I say don't worry about it, but it means I think I know who to suggest for the council, if they will accept. Joe perked up at those words. Oh? Who would that be? And do you know them? I think providing multiple names might be best. So, I'm going to suggest Shay and Hisahito Yamato. I'd like Scott Randolph, but he isn't a Merlin. I'd been thinking about this for a bit, and they were really the only Merlins I knew who might be flexible or arrogant enough to be on the council. I wasn't 100% certain they would do it, but maybe I could convince them. Shay? What made you think of him? Joe was a casual friend of Shay, though I wasn't sure if they'd kept in touch or not after the bomb incident. O'Shaughnessy Sato was a Japanese Irishman, and even among the Merlins he was regarded as weird. I hadn't ever talked to him as another Merlin. Maybe I should. I don't know. Do you guys want to go to your mom's tomorrow for dinner? I think she'd let me borrow her car to go talk to him. Sounds good. We made plans to do that, and I headed up to find the number for John Talliance. The only idea I had to contact anyone from the AIN. He'd made comments, and I suspected he had connections in the AIN. I changed my clothes and curled back up in the chair in the study. I loved that chair. It was comfortable and supportive, even now when it felt like all of me was expanding.
Merlin Munroe, should I be worried you are calling me on a Friday night late?
He answered on the first ring, speaking before I could say anything. Worried, I glanced at the clock, then frowned. It is only 7 p.m. For you. Not exactly late.
Aren't young mages supposed to be out partying on a Friday night?
I had no idea if he was teasing or not, as his voice was completely serious. Not when they are pregnant and deal with government bureaucracy on a daily basis. If that is their life, then hiding in the house sounds perfect. Too bad that rarely works.
Ah, I take it that is why you are calling.
I heard creaking in the background, and my mind created an image of him sitting on a porch in a rocker. It just seemed like what he'd be doing. A cup of coffee in his hand, and maybe I'd watched way too many Westerns as a kid. Basically, I said, clearing my throat, trying to figure out how to phrase this.
So what does the government want with me now? And why I ask you? Normally these one-off requests come from up my chain of command.
I coughed, uncomfortable with this whole thing. The vicious mutter of, "Why me?" floated in the back of my mind, but I ignored it, though I took a second to check for Murphy's cloak around me. Nothing. That's the thing. It isn't our, or my, government. His end went silent, but I knew he was listening with every fiber of his being. I was approached by the council. I floundered. I didn't even know what they were called, just the council. My life was ridiculous. I started over. There is a council in the realms populated by the lords of each realm. It is moderated by a rainbow phoenix named Brix. They are asking to have 3 Merlins representing Earth attend. They requested one of the mages be from the Chosen of the Beasts. I was told that was the AIN. I am hoping maybe you can send the AIN a message and see if there is someone who would be willing to be a representative on this council. I said the last part in a rush, worried he'd interrupt or ask questions. Instead, He was silent so long I almost said something to see if he was still there.
I knew I had said too much while you were here, and that you would remember it.
He sighed.
I will ask, but only because of what this implies and could mean long term. They will not want to be left out of anything of this magnitude. Who are the others?
His voice had a tone of exasperation in it, which seemed to be the default after people had known me for a while. I have a few others who I need to contact, but right now, no one. They wanted me, and I refused.
That makes sense. The pregnancy, I assume.
Partially, but mainly because I really dislike being a pawn in their entertainment.
I will let you know. Good evening, Merlin Munroe.
With that, he hung up, and I stared at the phone. Somehow I was either going to get blamed for or dragged into this whole mess. "Cori," Joe called up the stairs. I didn't move, just lifted my voice. "Yeah?" "Mom said yes. She'll see us tomorrow and you can borrow her car." "Thanks." Marisol still drove a serviceable minivan. More protection around me was always a good thing. I pulled up Shay's number. Laurel Amison had given it to me a long time ago. I figured Shay's number was unlikely to change. This time I called him, as it had been at least 3 years since I'd seen him, much less said hello.
What?
I repressed a snort as he answered the phone. It was oddly reassuring having him respond like that. "Shay, this is Cori Munroe. I need to talk to you about something. Can I come over and see you tomorrow? I'll be in town." Silence, then a grunt.
Why not? But the answer will be no. I'll text you.
He hung up, and my phone beeped with his address. I shook my head. Shay hadn't changed at all. Chapter 40. The rumors are true. The ice mage herself seems to be knocked up. Pictures of her leaving work with a defined baby bump have leaked. Who managed to get through the walls of her ice? No one has seen her date or look with favor on any of the eligible mages, no matter what they've done to get her attention. Daily Magical News. Caroline dropped us all off with Marisol. Travel via the portal seemed more exhausting for him each time, and it worried me. But he snoozed while I visited Marisol and let her in on all the details of the baby's development, told her I was already tired of doctor's visits. Then I borrowed her van and set off.
"Are you sure about this?"
Caroline asked from the back seat where he sprawled like a red coat of fur. I'm sure I don't know enough to be involved in making any decisions, and it isn't like I know that many mages personally, which I admit is my fault. Those words tasted bitter. I liked my life just fine with Joe and Sable and the friends I had. After the babies are born, I'll think about going to more House of Emrys events, okay?
That would be wise. You are too isolated. Though you have no desire for a mate, a strong clan is good for waging war.
I looked at him in the rearview mirror. He looked relaxed, but his tail was stiff, indicating worry. Caroline, I'm not going to war. I'm not going to do anything too insane. They just want to have human opinions.
You have never sat in on those sessions. There is a lot more to it. Though I doubt the majority are worse than Tietang's court.
His answer did not reassure me. I sighed and concentrated on where I was going. Caroline was right, but I certainly wasn't going to tell him that. We didn't talk the rest of the way, though his soft snore in the back made me drive extra carefully. He didn't wake up well when I slammed on the brakes. We learned this the hard way, and I didn't want to damage Marisol's van. I pulled to the address and saw 2 cars parked outside. It wasn't a huge house, It was on a short street with other houses, all in brick and with lawns and trees. Nice, if a bit boring, as all the houses had obviously been built by the same company. We walked up the path and knocked. A minute later, the door was opened by someone who wasn't Shay. He looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place him until a familiar green flying snake darted out and coiled around Caroline's neck in what I recognized as a hug. It surprised me. I didn't know he knew Elzeba. Elzeba, I said with a smile. One of the first familiars I had ever met. She was still just as brilliant a green as I remembered. I looked at the man again and the tattoo on his temple and tried to dredge his name up out of my memory. I failed. Sorry, I don't remember your name. I offered a smile to make up for my lack of memory. There had been a lot of customers at the coffee shop.
I'd be surprised if you did. My girl is always more memorable.
He gave his familiar a smile I recognized from my own image when I looked at Caroline.
Sloane Michaels at your service. Come on in. The others are in the living room.
Others? Honestly, I was surprised that he was here, but then that was Shay's business, not mine.
Yes, Shay asked for Scott to stop by.
He spoke as he led us into the living room, where I was stopped by the sight of a huge black dog. Dolly! The not dog was up and licking my face as soon as I stepped into the room. She blithely ignored Caroline growling behind me.
That is my mage. Get your slobbery tongue off her.
Caroline's words were accompanied by a hiss, and I felt his heat behind me.
Doggy kisses always better.
Dolly boomed in my mind, and I winced.
Sorry, she's gotten better about talking to people, but she still bellows everything.
I looked up at the voice, happy to see Scott Randolph sitting there. I gave Dolly one last scratch behind her ear, much to her pleasure and Caroline's annoyance, before I rose. I take it her chosen mage didn't survive. Scott shook his head.
Nope, never came back from the diabetic coma. He never managed it well, and even with their best efforts, it was still fatal. I was sure Dolly would disappear after he died, but I woke up one morning to find her sitting on my doorstep. I think her first words to me were, "Stain, mine now."
He lowered his voice to a rough growl, and I smiled. Even after all these years, Scott Randolph had a presence you couldn't ignore. He was someone who would fit into my family of misfits, but I was pretty sure he was in his 60s by now. He'd feel more at home with Marisol and Henry than us, though I really wanted to introduce him to Tursane. I let that thought go and turned to see Shay hunched in a recliner, staring at all of us morosely. Shay, good to see no one has killed you yet. Scott and William barked out a laugh as Shay just gave me a flat, unamused look.
Glad to see you finally dealt with that Murphy's cloak fetish you had.
I rolled my eyes. Yeah, well. Sloane glared at Shay.
Sit, everyone. Cori, can I get you something to drink?
He offered, and I must have looked confused.
Shay stays here. This is my place. He's never set down roots long enough to buy a house, so he stays here when he passes through.
Oh, I muttered, looking uncountably foolish.
Plus, I'm too broke and too busy to deal with the foolishness involved in rent or mortgages. Easier to pay him money. Coffee with some bourbon in it.
Shay said in his straightforward way, though he never took his eyes off me.
The strands of probability around you are still insane.
I snorted and settled down. Just water for me. My attention went over to Shay while Caroline and Dolly separated to opposite sides of the room, to my amusement. And yes, That seems to be constant. I didn't see probabilities the way Shay did, but then every mage was just a bit different.
You're also pregnant,
he pointed out. Really? Wow, who knew? I said dryly. Scott snorted as Sloane came back into the room.
Be nice, Shay. It's been a while since we've had people over, and I'm enjoying this.
He handed Shay his coffee, me my water, and gave Randolph a Coke. He settled down, and they turned to me expectantly. Guess I better get used to this. At least you three probably won't try to have me killed. They all frowned at that, but I ignored them. I have been approached by the Council for the Realms, and they would like to have human mages on it for input on issues that affect all the realms. They are asking for 3, as the other realms have 3 lords. I thought you might be a good person to have there. I stared at Shay. Personally, I think Scott would be better, but they only want Merlins. A cloud crossed Scott and Sloane's faces, but I shook my head. I wouldn't take it as a slight, more that they want to make sure the representative would be powerful enough to keep themselves alive. That set everyone back, though Shay looked interested.
What does that mean?
I opened my mouth, stopped, and thought. Think of a meeting between nations where everyone is Merlin level, arrogant, powerful, and is sure they are better than any other being at the meeting. Add in magic and the fact that it is not Earth, and you might have an idea.
Then I'm more than glad to not be eligible,
Scott said, raising his hand.
I've got enough problems. I don't need to add to them. It would be like running the BAM, but these people don't need to worry about breaking the rules.
I snorted. I'm pretty sure the only rules are the ones that Brix is powerful enough to enforce. I had to take a minute to explain who Brix was, or who I thought Brix was. Caroline stayed quiet, oddly enough, and when I glanced back at him, he and Dolly were engaged in a staring contest.
And why should I do this?
Shay asked. I have no idea. I'm refusing. I don't need that sort of drama in my life, and frankly, once the babies come, I doubt I'll have time. 3 sets of eyes darted to my belly.
I thought you looked fatter than carrying just one child,
Shay said.
Shay!
Both Scott and Sloane snapped out. I just rolled my eyes. You will fit right in. None of the denizens I know have any filter at all.
We just don't see the need for your little white lies. Though even I know it is stupid to mention a woman's weight. There is no gain, only consequences.
Caroline's voice almost sounded reproving, but he was busy cleaning his very sharp claws. Dolly was stretched out on her back, ignoring him. I jerked my head toward the 2 familiars. And there is a lot of that. You'd better get good at your one-upmanship.
Why not? It will give me something to do. I'm bored.
I arched a brow at that, but he just took a drink of his coffee.
You said they wanted 3. Who else are you going to ask?
Scott asked. At the same time, Shay said,
And how and when do I get there?
That was a very good question. Luckily, Caroline answered it for me.
A Lord of Chaos will appear and take you there. I trust you can get home after that.
Yes,
he said, and tapped his temple.
I am chaos, and while I might not use it as much as I use my earth abilities, once I know where I'm going, I can then go back and forth.
Shay grinned.
Never let anyone know everything you can do.
I looked at Scott and shrugged. It might sound crazy, but I was thinking Hisahito Yamato. Scott and Sloane looked at me blankly, but Shay hissed out a long sigh.
I take it back. You are crazy.
He owes me. Besides, I can't see the Emperor letting him turn it down, and he's got the arrogance down pat.
Who is this Hisahito? I thought I knew everyone you deigned to slum with, Shay.
Sloane's voice had a teasing quality to it, and Shay tilted up his lip.
He isn't exactly someone I know. He's the Majutsushi for Japan, aka the Royal Magician.
Shay said dryly.
The last time he was big in the news, he tried to kill Cori here.
The two men looked at me, while Shay buried a smirk. Why would you ask someone to deal with this council who tried to kill you? Sloane seemed outraged, but Scott had a thoughtful look on his face. Meh, he owes me, and honestly, they need someone who looks at the bigger picture. I have never needed to look much beyond my friends and family. I think for this to be a worthwhile endeavor, they need people from different backgrounds. That is two, Sloane pointed out. Who's the third? No clue. They specifically said they wanted someone from the AIN, so I've reached out to see if I can get someone. They all looked at me oddly. What? I used to think Shay was just playing up his weirdness vibe, but you really do attract the weirdness of life to you, Sloane said with a frown. Elzeba darted over and wrapped around my arm, and I focused on petting her. It isn't like I asked for this. It just is what my life seems to be, full of twisted luck.
At least you aren't bored,
Shay muttered, staring glumly at his coffee. Scott and I stared at him.
You have no idea how nice being bored is. It generally means someone isn't trying to kill you.
Scott's voice was dry and full of experience. What he said, I much prefer boredom. It means I have a steady, predictable life. I agreed.
She whines. I quite like when things are going on. It gives me much currency among others.
Caroline murmured, the echo telling me the other mages probably heard it also. What is he talking about? Sloane asked. Both Dolly and Elzeba had gone still, frozen as if a predator was nearby. I snickered, amused to have something to tell these mages that they didn't know. Familiars, or focuses, apparently have the equivalent of telling stories around the campfire, except they are stories about us. The more wild, dangerous, and stupid we are, the better they are rated. Think of it as bragging rights. They all stared at Dolly and Elzeba, who tried to disappear from their sight. I laughed, then flinched in surprise. Is something wrong? Sloane had a worried look on his face as he rose. I stared down at my stomach. The baby, or babies, kicked. My hand rested gently on my stomach, and there it was again. A kick. I started giggling in surprise. They're kicking.
Congratulations, Cori. I'm happy for you.
Shay spoke with a rare moment of sincerity, and I looked at him. Be happy for Joe and Sable. They are the parents. Or, well, we all will be. But yeah, I can't wait to let them feel.
That makes more sense,
he said with a sniff, and I rolled my eyes at him. Just proof of one more thing I can do and you can't, I said sweetly, but I winked. Scott and Sloane snickered as Shay held his hands up in protest.
Thank you, but no. I'm perfectly happy being child-free. I just play the random weird uncle who sends gifts the parents hate. Drum sets, puppies, things like that.
Sloane murmured, and I narrowed my eyes at them. You go have your own life. I'm busy with mine. I'll let you know when the introductions are for the council and have you picked up. Be aware sometimes the warning is awfully short, but mainly because I still haven't figured out where on earth they decide what day it is. But usually you'll know a week or so out, I think. We exchanged a few more pleasantries before I headed back to the Guzmans, hoping the baby would still be kicking when I got there. Chapter 41. Breaking news.
The crash of a Boeing 777 has just been reported. All passengers and crew are presumed dead as the plane disappeared mid-flight. This makes the third disappearance of this model, and all others are being recalled. This is worrisome news for China, who is expecting Merlin Cori Munroe to arrive for an awards ceremony on this flight.
AP News. John sent me a message saying that my request was being discussed. I passed that on to Esmir, who didn't seem worried. She let me know that the candidates would be needed in a few months, so there was no pressure. I sent an email to Hisahito that I wanted to talk to him, but I figured it would take a few weeks for him to decide how to respond, so I let it go and focused on being pregnant. That took up way more energy than I would have expected. The amniocentesis tests had shown nothing to worry about. We had 2 healthy babies. My next checkup was this week, and they wanted to talk about birthing classes and do a glucose test. Basically, I went in, and I was miserable, but it was soon over and we set up the birthing classes. Some were online, and I cranked through those, but it still felt weird to accept that I was going to be going through all this. Joe and Sable were excited and took all the classes with me, and I had to admit, given how much my body was changing, I was more than appreciative of the massages they were learning to do. They had an in-depth birth plan laid out, and we had talked about me going on leave the week I was due. I'd already filed the paperwork, and Naomi hadn't said anything about it, though her worried glance stayed with me. I still felt oddly out of control of my life, like these beings inside me were more important than I was, that my existence was kind of just there. It didn't help that nothing fit, my back hurt, my breasts ached, and it seemed like all anyone could talk about was the babies. Even Caroline got in on the act, laying his head on my stomach and purring, though I didn't mind that too much. It soothed the babies so they didn't kick as hard or as often, which made my life more pleasant. They were both very active. Plus, I seemed to fall asleep every time I sat down. So far, that was the biggest benefit I'd found. No one criticized my naps. I was downstairs in the living room with Caroline cuddled up next to me on the couch. Joe and Sable were talking about baby names when Zmog pinged me. I kept petting Caroline. He was very much in favor of my nap attacks, declaring I was learning to see the world the Cath way. Yes, Smog. I was still a bit snippy. She'd never apologized, and the hissy fit she and Brix had thrown made me nervous. I understood most of them thought I was a pawn in their games. That didn't mean I needed to play by their rules. I found the parents of the eggs. They were a mixed breed killed by a predator. It is agreed that you and your hatchlings will be adequate for their raisings. She sounded bored, but yet had taken the time to let me know. Thank you. Is there anything special we need to feed them or do for them? Meat, eggs, anything the cat would eat. They won't get very big, and they will stay in the eggs for another few years, most likely. They just need warmth and magic to finish gestating. Years? There is much less magic on Earth than in the realms. It will take a while, and the odds are they will imprint on the children as long as they are nearby. They would be excellent bodyguards, though poor familiars compared to my child. Pride and arrogance rang through her voice, and I fought back a laugh. Ah, that helps, though I am perfectly happy not having a dragon the size of Tietang here. I wasn't sure how to end the conversation. Your loss. Do you have your representative selected yet? That surprised me. I hadn't thought she cared. Only one. The others are still undecided. Do let Brix know when you have them. They probably need more orientation than our people would, never having been around the council before. I may have to start attending again for the entertainment. Until then... She disconnected, and I laughed to myself. With the changes going on in my body, my life, even my job, it was oddly reassuring to have Zmog still be so uniquely her. I love you, I whispered to Caroline.
Of course you do. I am infinitely lovable.
He purred louder as I petted him. My gaze latched onto Joe and Sable, words of love and fear on my lips. They were leaning into each other, talking quietly, the looks on their faces such perfect joy it stilled my tongue. I didn't understand my own body. All the changes to it and the way everyone reacted to me seemed weird. Like I didn't exist. Part of me resented it, and I really resented my magic being wonky. But at the same time, I wanted to meet the little ones who were growing inside me.
Cori, what's wrong?
Jo was next to me on her knees, her hands touching my face. I realized I'd started crying. The words were there. I could tell her, tell them. But then she'd be worried and upset, which meant Sable would stress. Women did this every day. I got this. The result would be 2 beautiful children. I was being ridiculous. Hormones. The weight gain is bugging me, then mix in the mood swings. You get this. I smiled at her. Nothing out of the ordinary. So, where are we on names? We knew we had one girl, but the other baby was avoiding letting us see what gender they were, so the names had been all over the place. Sable came over and lifted up my legs, sat down on the other end of the couch, then put them on her lap, as Jo wiped my tears. Just know you're amazing, and hormones are stupid. Jo kissed my forehead and scooted Caroline over a bit to sit near my head. We are agreed on Jasmine, Chorus, and Guzman for the girl. I rolled that over my mind. I rather liked it. Sweet, but not too weird. And the other? Sable looked at her list. If it is a boy, I'm leaning toward Charlemagne Jonathan Lancet. Charlemagne? Really? Won't he get nicknamed to Chuck? Which you know Charles hates. I pointed out, remembering how much Charles disliked the obvious nickname. I know, but if we mix it up, his name would be Maine, as in a nickname. That just sounds neat. She pronounced it as Maine. Plus, it is linked to Magnus, so we can switch to that. Or Charlie, or Mags, or Lee, or John. I pointed out with a smile. It was an unusual name, but then so was mine. Ooh, I like Mags or Lee, Jo said. They are shorter and fun. Sable shrugged, a smile playing on the edges of her lips. See? Lots of options. And if it's a girl? I smiled, wondering what they had come up with. Well, this is going to sound stupid. Sable chewed on her lip, and I smothered a smile. We all just looked at her. Even Caroline opened one eye. I was thinking Saoirse Marisol Lancet. It does honor to your mom and Sanchez. He may never be her dad, but he is her father. Jo smiled at Sable and nodded slowly. I like it. I think you're right. But you know, they can have more than one middle name. What about Jasmine, Saoirse, Chorus, and Guzman, if you only have one girl? That way, she's a part of both of us. The brilliant smiles they threw me made me laugh and chased away the odd feeling of disconnect that haunted me some days. While my skin did glow, I was ready to be done with this, but I still had at least 14 weeks to go, and that was if I was a week early. The conversation fell to the baby shower and who to invite. I left it all up to them. Parties weren't really my thing, and I still had this odd ambivalence. But maybe the shower would make it more real. I'd participate, but I really hoped they didn't do some of the stupid games I'd seen in books and on TV. That would drive me insane.
Cori?
I flinched as Tiateng pinged me. He was always a bit excitable. For all his age, he still acted like an oversized puppy. Yes? I nodded, Caroline giving me the evil eye as he lifted his head. I knew he could feel Tiateng talking. The dragon did tend to yell.
I have someone here who wants to talk to you. Can I bring him through?
That made no sense to me at all. Who? Tiateng wouldn't bring Shishi here, and I couldn't imagine a random denizen approaching him as opposed to Tursane.
He says his name is Hisahito. and he needs to talk to you.
He sounded confused, but proud at the same time. I jolted upward at the name. Oh, no, don't bring him here. 1 minute. Caroline had his ears back as he stared at me, but seemed oddly resigned. Joe and Sable, though, had been startled by my sudden movement. Himadia, can you make your glade accessible to Tietang and a visitor? He is a Merlin, and I'm not willing to have him in my house. There was a moment's pause.
It is done. You will need to access it through the attic stairs, though.
Thank you so much. I stood up, groaning as the weight in my belly shifted, and both of the babies complained. They showed their displeasure by pummeling me with kicks and elbows. I swear, there were days when I was sure they were ready to come out now. Everything okay? Joe had risen too, a look on her face that told me she was about to go to war. It's fine, but I need to talk to Hisahito about council stuff, and I'm not doing it here, and I can't afford to sidestep there, though it sounds like he's in China for some strange reason. The glade is easier. Need us to come? She pulled fire and had it dancing on her fingertips. Nah, Himadia will keep us safe.
And I will be at your side,
Caroline said, as if he expected me to disagree. I know, dear. Come up. Let's get this over with. I gave Joe and Sable a reassuring smile and headed to the stairs. That last flight sucked, and I vowed to do more stairs. The last thing I need to do was get out of shape. It had been too much work to get into shape. Will you bring Tietang and his visitor to the glade? I glanced at Caroline as I walked through the attic door into the glade.
Yes.
He was gone between one step and the next, the prick of pain so fast and subtle that if I didn't try to notice it, I wouldn't have. Himadia didn't appear, but she had created a little area with 2 comfy chairs and a table. I was still walking over to it when a rip formed, and Caroline stepped out with Hisahito and Tietang following him. Hisahito hadn't changed much over the last year or so, though the wrinkles seemed deeper. He still held himself upright, the sheet of liquid black hair brushing his knees. He started to bow to me, then jerked up, eyes widening.
You're pregnant?
No, really? I looked down at my burgeoning beach ball. Now how did that happen? He stiffened and completed the bow.
That was impolitic of me. It was unexpected.
I shrugged that off. The snark had slipped out, and I needed him to be at least polite to me, which meant I needed to be polite to him. I've received that response often. I turned my smile onto Tietang, who was romping around the glade while Caroline stayed near me. How are you doing, Tietang?
I am well. Shishi is excited to see you. The metal has been special made for you.
Huh? Oh, the ceremony. I haven't seen any more information on it.
Oh, it is soon. It will be fun.
He paused in his romp, head cocked to one side.
Shishi needs me. You will be okay with him?
Tietang focused on Hisahito with a fierce look. Soon? Given he's a dragon, that could mean tomorrow or next century. I put it out of my mind. They knew how to get a hold of me. Yes, thank you for letting me know. Tietang spun in a circle, then slipped away through the still open rip. I turned my attention back to Hisahito, who had spent his time looking around the glade with an inscrutable expression. You wanted to see me? Oddly, I didn't hate the man. I mostly felt sorry for him, and even slightly guilty that I was adding another burden on him. But he was the best person I knew to fill this role. Regardless of what the other lords might think, Earth was huge, and I only knew a small fraction of the Merlins on the planet.
I received an email from you that made no sense. There was reason for me to travel to China, and I leveraged that opportunity to get a message to you that would not be easily intercepted.
He said this while looking around the glade.
This reminds me of what your guys would create.
He said softly. It is probably similar. Most of the glades have a familiar feel. I waved at the table and chairs. I waddled over and took a seat. Thank you for taking my request seriously, and I can't say that being covert in this instance is a bad thing. Given my recent interactions with both the OMO and my government, I don't feel they always have the best interests in store for everyone. He snorted, and his mouth quirked up on one side.
Yes, I have run into issues with that myself. Please explain about, and I quote, consider a unique position in magic. That does sound rather mysterious and vague, and to be honest, if it hadn't been from you, I might have ignored it as spam or phishing.
I explained what the council was, and finished with, they asked me to bring candidates who are Merlins, and you are one of them. I felt someone who had experience with how policies and decisions can affect countries would be a wise choice.
Are you going to be one of the three?
No, the other is O'Shaughnessy Sato, and a third from the American Indian Nation, though I don't know who yet.
And if I had refused?
I noted how he phrased that, and I mentally checked off a box, leaving me only with the AIN candidate. Probably someone from the House of Emrys. I think most Merlins are associated with them. He nodded, and I assumed that meant he was as well. Otherwise, I don't know. Fake it, I guess.
You said in your email the time is not that excessive?
I haven't been led to believe it is. Probably once a quarter. But for all I know, each meeting lasts 3 weeks. His eyes widened in worry, and I sighed. 1 minute. Esmir, how much time, Earth time, does an average council session last? I waited, regretting that I hadn't brought some water with me, and realizing I needed to go pee soon. This was becoming annoying.
The longest ever was 15 Earth hours, though that ended when Tursane attacked Bob. He was being problematic. The average tends to be 3 or 4 hours, depending on how quarrelsome the other lords are being.
She sounded busy, so I shot her a quick thanks and relayed that information to Hisahito.
Attacked?
He said, arching an eyebrow. That is part of the reason they want Merlins. You need to be strong enough to kick asses if needed, and arrogant enough to stand up to their egos. I smiled at his affronted, yet understanding expression.
When do I need to decide?
He asked. He never sat down, instead peering around the glade with an odd expression. Soonish? I hazarded. I don't know their schedule, but I'd assume they want to know before the next meeting. He turned one more time, something hungry and sad in his gaze as he looked around.
I'll consider it. It would be interesting and provide my country an unexpected advantage.
The way he said it sounded more question than statement. Either way, I decided to disabuse him. Don't expect too much. At best, it might shield Japan more from possible issues, rather than give you any advantages. Though if you want to try bribes, fish is very popular among the carnivores. It is a rare delicacy there. He looked shocked.
Are you suggesting I bribe them?
To keep your hide in one piece? To make friends? And convince them humans aren't all barbaric idiots? Absolutely. He blinked, his attention finally on me. This isn't contract negotiations. It is powerful beings making decisions about how to deal with the myriad ways magic can manifest and temper her impact. It will either be fascinating and something you'll enjoy your entire life, or boring as all get out and you'll try to pawn it off the second you can. But that being said, if you take this, it's up to you to find a successor.
I am finalizing the last few issues before I end my tenure as Majutsushi. The Emperor and I have decided it is time for me to retire, and I must admit, I am tired.
He cast me a sidelong look.
My views are no longer what they once were. This might be a new thing for me to try that is wholly mine, not my emperor's or my country's. I think I understand the situation.
I doubted he did, but this made it his problem, not mine. Let me know if you decide to do it. But either way, I'd better get back before my partners start making baby decisions without my input. I rose, waggling my hips a bit to settle my balance. Caroline will show you out. All this time, Caroline had been stretched out under the table at my feet, saying nothing as we talked. He rose and flicked a tail at Hisahiro, a rip appearing behind him.
This way. I will take you back to where you were.
A moment later, they were gone, and I headed downstairs, where the laughter from Joe and Sable engulfed me in love. It would be okay. Really. Chapter 42. A previous version of this book listed the largest rip made by a mage to be 6 inches. We apologize for the mistake. The actual length was 6 meters. During the transcription, the measurement was inadvertently changed. Magic explained. Everything is scheduled for the baby shower. Sable was bouncing as she put boxes in the closet. Okay, but I swear if there are stupid games, I'm leaving and hiding in my study. I warned as I sat down. The last month had flown by, and there was no way anyone would mistake the beach ball in my stomach for anything but a baby. You can't hide. You're the guest of honor, Sable pointed out reasonably, and I glared at her. My temper was super short of late, and the kids inside me were trying out to be soccer players, or maybe roller derby racers. It felt like they were all punches and elbows. No, the babies are the guest of honor, and they will not be showing up unattended. I snickered at that idea, and Sable came over to kiss the top of my head. Not your favorite thing? She said softly. Oh, I don't mind the having people over part, but being the center of attention for something I still am unsure about feels weird. Some days I'm excited and know these 2 kids will be joyful additions to my life. Then there are other days where I feel like a stranger took over my body and did something with it. It's exhausting, and I miss my jeans. I moped a bit. The magic being even wonkier is upsetting, and Naomi is about to strangle me. I'm leaning on Caroline so much she's as exhausted as I am, and I bit off what I was about to say and took a deep breath. Sorry. Yes, party. But are you sure? About the guests? Absolutely. I liked Terzane and Esmir. I did invite Salstra due to the evil fairy precaution, and if people can't handle our friends, they don't need to be here. Sable finished putting the supplies away. Besides, we decided only people that know about our weirdness are invited. They're planning a small shower for me at work, and it will be boring and normal. Anything you're involved with is never boring. I don't think you need to worry about pretending to be too normal. Though it might be nice to remind people that you aren't boring or average. I rolled my eyes and tapped my temple. Few people think that. There aren't enough women at my office to make it worth it, but I think Naomi said she had a gift for me and wanted to take me out to lunch. I do feel better not having to lie to anyone who will be here. She shrugged. I get that. But you don't act like a Merlin, much less anyone powerful. You'd be surprised at how many people just think of you as average. I'll have mint tea for you and set out brushes for Caroline and Esmir. That way everyone can concentrate on spoiling them too. How many people? I asked, just trying to get my head wrapped around it and glad Joe and Sable were running the party. 15? Maybe a few more. I really haven't worried about it. Marisol, Henry, and Sanchez are coming, bringing gifts from Marco and Paolo. Then my aunt and dad, since it is mixed-gendered, Stephen and Charles as well. I think Scott, Shay, and Sloan said they might come, but didn't commit. Plus Indira, Terzane, Jorgaz, Bainral. Whatever. It will be fine. Great. The Three Stooges or the Three Musketeers. I'm not sure which. I snickered at the image of them running around in tricorns. Okay. If nothing else, Hamadia will be happy to have people here to show off for. Oh, she is. We've got the backyard ready too. Hamadi is still working on creating a fountain with the water. I'm glad spring is here. Sable looked around. Okay, Joe and I are headed into town and going out to dinner. You sure you don't want to come? No, you go. Enjoy. You aren't going to get much more peace once these show up. I patted my stomach. We still didn't know if it was another girl or boy, so at least one would be a surprise. But that was fine. Sable tossed me a compressed lip look. Maybe, but remember we love you too, and you are welcome to come. I'm good. Go. I shooed them out and wandered over to the nursery. The 2 eggs were still warm, and I guess happy in their basin of sand. Hamadi assured us they were healthy, just waiting to hatch, but that it wasn't time. I wasn't sure how long eggs could remain dormant like that, but Smog had told us to expect years. We were already planning on turning the guest room into a room for the kids. I still had about 8 years until the final stage of the inheritance kicked in, so they would share a room until that time. Then we would decide what we wanted to do. Part of me suspected I'd be more than happy to have the place to myself by then. But maybe I was wrong, and we would all move, though Hamadi had mentioned she could turn the 3rd floor into real rooms if we wanted. That might be a consideration, but with Carol Ann and my sidestepping, we rarely needed to have guests sleep over unless they wanted to. Assuming my magic comes back to normal after the birth. The worries still plagued me up until the day of the baby shower. I didn't have an answer back from the AIN yet, and Esmir said they did want to meet the humans I'd selected as soon as possible. I'd promised to let them know, but so far I only had 2 confirmed. Hisahito had gotten back to me about a week after we'd spoken, saying yes. I was proud of myself for refraining from asking if he had decided to do it, or if the Emperor of Japan decided. I awoke that Saturday, already exhausted. The children had decided to spend the night arguing about the lack of space in my belly, and one of them had the hiccups. First thing that morning. But I could sense them better and found myself becoming more protective, less estranged from my own body. Dr. Lobdell said the babies and I were doing fine, and Joe, Sable, and I had taken all the childbirth classes. I'd opted out of Lamaze, as our first choice was a berth at the center near the hospital. They would let Joe and Sable be there and didn't require all the gowns and medical equipment. Mages had a bad habit of zapping machines during labor as their magic went a bit wonky. We were really worried about what my magic would do. The center also agreed to allow Caroline to be there, though he was still on the fence about it. All of that made me much more relaxed about the idea. Now, if only the party wasn't stressing me out so much. "You look adorable," Joe said from the door. I wrinkled my nose at her and looked back at the mirror. I wore a bright green skater dress over leggings and slip-on shoes. I had not been impressed at the varicose veins that had shown up on my thighs. Until after the birth, I couldn't do anything about them with magic, but it was high on my list. I look like I'm about to burst. I still had about 9 weeks to go, but Dr. Lobdell didn't think I'd last that long. Apparently twins usually came early. "Nah, not yet." She came over and draped her arm over my shoulders, pressing a kiss into my temple. "You look pregnant and lovely. This will be fun." No baby food tasting contests, I warned. I'd tried a few to be prepared and decided there was no way in the world I would feed that to my kid. Blech. "Promise, Mommy is bringing food, as are Lashonda and John, plus everything we ordered." That was Sable's dad and aunt. They'd taken vacation days to come celebrate, and were both going to take a 2-week vacation when the babies showed up to stay nearby and help out. You know, maybe we should make the garage into a guest house. We can just build an awning for the cars. The suggestion burst out before I finished thinking as we went down the stairs. Hamadia said it wasn't part of her, so we can get some contractors in to do it. Huh, that might be a good idea, especially with the kids. Let me talk to Sable and Hamadia later about it. I don't want to have people traipsing all over her and building without her okay. Of course, just a random thought. I seem to have no filter lately. I think it and out it comes. Joe laughs. Pregnancy. Marco's wife was just like you in the last few months. True. I remembered now, but still, it was disconcerting. Come on, Indira and Steve are already here. Caroline went to grab Mommy, Papi, and Sanchez. The others had stuff planned with their kids this weekend. I have no idea when the denizens will be here, but Diatang said he would try to come, as did Jorgaz and Bainero. I nodded, making it down the stairs. It would be fun to see everyone, even though I already wanted a nap. Hi, Mama-to-be, chirped Sable. She was sparkling with joy, and I was sorry she couldn't carry kids. I had a suspicion she would have loved being pregnant. So where do I sit? The spring weather was gorgeous today, so we were in the sunroom and the yard, with all the doors opened, and it felt even bigger than it was. Here? She waved at the Adirondack chair, complete with a bench for my feet and a light blanket if a breeze came up. I laughed. I'm going to be spoiled, huh? Yes, you are. You have given us the best gift ever. So, yes, we are going to spoil you. Now sit. Sable mock glared as I heard the doorbell ring. The next 20 minutes were spent saying hi to my family and friends and being vaguely surprised they all made time to come to celebrate this with us. The table they had set up for gifts overflowed onto the floor. I kept seeing glimpses of Hamadia beaming with joy at the life and magic filling her. I got hugs from Stephen and Indira, not to mention seeing Charles and Ericina. To my surprise and delight, Scott, Sloane, and Shay showed up courtesy of Dolly, much to Caroline's disgust. But Ericina seemed delighted from how she and Elizabeth chattered. A ripple in the air and a spike of pain heralded the arrival of our other guests. I smiled as Tursane slithered out of the rip, followed by Esmir, Bainero, and to my surprise, Salistra. A moment later, Jorgaz popped out over my chair and perched on the back. He bent over me, peering at my stomach. Humans clutch weird. Isn't it easier to have them in eggs? I laughed and petted his breastbone. All the animal-shaped denizens loved to be petted and scratched. They didn't regard it as demeaning, simply leaned in and enjoyed. Deep down, I admitted it made me feel better. They ooze contentment at such times. It might be easier, but you know very well mammals don't lay eggs. Platypus do. It seems a much wiser course of action. He preened my hair as Tursane talked to Marisol, and I watched everyone stare at Salistra. She was gleaming today, with flowers in her hair and only about the size of a normal horse. Suddenly, every denizen in the area stopped and stared at the yard, at the empty area where I'd had my meltdown. The grass hadn't grown back over it, and we had discussed building a fire pit there, though Hamadia had turned the spring into a small fountain. I still had slashes of guilt about Stevie, but all I could do at this point was try to get the information out there so no other mother or sibling ever suffered this way again. Above that glazed area of ground, a ripple appeared, with the accompanying spike. The rip to a plane didn't worry me. It was the reaction of all my non-human guests that caused my heart rate to double. The ripple expanded, then slid open. It was ponderous and oddly painful. Even as I frowned against the pain, I did a quick count of everyone I had expected. Tiatang was the only being not here that I might have expected, so it could be him. Joe and Sable moved over toward me, standing in front of me, while Esmir and Caroline stood at my side. In subtle movements, I was now protected back and front as the rip stabilized. Are you expecting anyone unusual? Sable murmured in a low voice. Everyone around me was focused on the rip, and I was braced to run, attack, or greet them with a smile. But the production this entrance was making set my teeth on edge. Not that you didn't know about. Did Tiatang verify he was coming? That was more to Caroline than anyone. Not yet. Hisahiro doesn't have the ability to plane travel, does he? And why would he come here? My phone rang, and I shunted the call away, not caring who might be trying to get a hold of me at this moment. Besides, near the rips, the phone tended to misbehave, dropping calls and more, plus the fact that darn near everyone I cared about was right here. Before I could let my imagination run away with me more, 2 people stepped out. 2 tall men with flowing black hair, muscles for miles, and chiseled faces that could have been carved from granite. Their skin was a red-brown that I'd only seen in terracotta, while their clothes were bright colors of the earth, both strong and sharp at the same time. They carried between them a perch similar to what I'd seen in the council chamber, only 3 times as big. All of that burned into my mind as I watched a third figure step out. Chapter 43. China seems to be settling down, though more and more mages are being brought to the palace for training. But is it training or re-education? Or could Empress Shishi be looking for a new consort? As the first single female ruler in over a century, men must be begging for her attention. The question is, does she want a powerful mage at her side, or will she marry for political power? Magical Daily News. I'd always thought of powerful women to be like Indira, beautiful, elegant, flawless, something I could never be. The only thing this woman had that I equated with power deep in my mind was long hair threaded with feathers and beads. But she wasn't tall and willowy. Instead, she barely topped 5 feet. She was almost as wide as she was tall, with hair so gray I wasn't sure which strands were white and which were dark. Her face was wrinkled and drawn to the point that a wizened apple came to mind. In her hand, she held a staff covered with carvings, but so detailed I couldn't see what they were. At the top, feathers hung from braids, waving in the soft breeze. She wore clothes that reminded me of Indira, loose, flowy, and elegant. But what caught me most of all was her companion's reaction to her. They checked to see if they had put the perch in the right spot. They moved out to flank her, yet when she stumbled just the slightest, they were there to steady her. Liquid symbols that meant nothing to me came out from her in a soft undertone, and out of the rip flew a giant bird. I'd seen eagles and a condor once at an animal park. This bird made them look like hummingbirds in comparison. It settled on the perch, his crown a dark brown that was almost black, but along the body the colors lightened down to the tail feathers that were a gleaming gold. Huh, a thunderbird. I haven't talked to one of those in, well, ever. Jorgaz murmured the thought in my mind, but I couldn't take my eyes off the strange woman. She pivoted around, looking at the gathered people. I followed her gaze to see that the Guzmans were on the porch, looking worried and determined, but everyone else spread out around me. I didn't know if I was proud or terrified. I pushed it away and moved out through my friends, though I didn't go past Tursane, who stood a bit off to one side to the left of Joe and Sable. She was coiled down, calling to mind a rattler about to strike. Most of her body was hidden behind one of the Adirondack benches we'd brought out, and she had on a wide-brimmed hat containing her snakes. Salstra had been under the trees, and she had faded back, invisible to the people standing there. "May I help you?" I pitched my voice to carry out into the yard. They all pivoted to look at me, wearing my bright green dress and the crown of flowers one of Joe's co-workers had made for me.
"We seek audience with Cori Munroe,"
one of the men boomed. It sounded formal and odd in this setting. "That's me. Can I help you?" The woman stepped forward, or more accurately, shuffled. Then the bird shifted its attention back to her, and her steps became firmer.
Who are you to order one of the nation to attend you in the realms?
What? I stared at her, confused. I was asked to gather human mages to represent the Earth on the council. They requested one mage from the AIN.
Why? And do you serve them? Are they your masters? Do you expect one of mine to serve you?
My temper spiked a bit, and I folded my arms across my chest, wincing at how much my breast size had increased. I could barely cross my arms. My arms dropped to my sides, uncomfortable with my body. It just made me more annoyed. I think the better question is, who are you? This is my house, and a baby shower is being held here for me, and you are here making demands. One of the men stiffened and glared at me.
You demanded we provide a person.
No? I didn't even try to prevent the sarcasm in my comment. I talked to someone who I suspected had contacts in the AIN and asked if there was anyone I could talk to. I can call him if you in any way doubt that was what happened. The men seemed to swell with outrage, and I noted Esmir starting to bristle and Caroleon sink down lower, his ears flat across his skull. The bird raised his wings, and they extended past the men on each side, casting them in shadow even as the portal resealed behind them.
Enough! I see others here, on the side of humans. Why?
I figured it was the Thunderbird speaking, and I gritted my teeth. At this rate, people were going to come to parties I attended just to see drama.
I have a better question. Who are you to be so rude to the herald of magic?
Tersane rose to her full height, and I guessed put on a few inches or a foot. At the same time, she pulled off the hat that kept her snakes corralled.
In fact, I believe Brix should be here.
The double takes from the representatives told me they had not noticed her, though Banyarl and Esmir were impossible to miss. Even Elzeba hung in the air in front of Sloane, her fangs bared. From her tone, I knew she was pissed, and I really didn't want statues on my lawn. Tersane, I've got this, I said mildly, walking out front. Having her fight any battle on Earth would be bad. I couldn't swear to it, but I knew it. Banyarl stepped forward with me, as did Esmir, Caroleon, Joe, and Sable. I couldn't help it. I laughed and waved at the army I had at my side. They are here because they are my friends, my family, and ones I love. Can the same be said about you? Do you value open requests for assistance so little? From how red the men turned, I feared they were in risk of imploding, as the bird glared at me, but a warning hiss from Tersane had him lowering his wings. I'd never researched a Thunderbird, so I had no idea what his abilities were. I see. The old woman spoke, and this time her words were hesitant.
It seems information has been twisted. Would you please tell me what message you meant to pass?
Merlin, I muttered as I tried to remember. I called up John Talliance and told him that Brix had requested one of the human council mages invited to be a new council member be from the AIN. I asked if he could get a message to someone, that I needed to talk to someone and see if the AIN had a mage that was willing to serve on the council, per their request. That was it. Merlin's whiskers, I was hoping someone would call me and ask what I was talking about. All three of them stood, staring at me. If you don't believe me, I'll call Talliance up and he can tell you what I said. I started to reach for my phone, but the woman held up a hand.
I believe there has been a misunderstanding.
She waved her fingers at the men, and then looked up at the bird. He mantled and shuffled, but dipped his head down. She made an odd face, and for a minute she looked like she would spit, but she walked out onto the lawn, away from her entourage, and used her staff to steady herself.
I am Adahi of the Wakinyan. I am here to discuss this request with Cori Munroe.
I sighed. This was not going to go well, I could tell, but I couldn't refuse the offer. We are having a baby shower at the moment. If you would like to join us, then I can talk to you after. That is fine. Otherwise, later? That last part was offered weakly. I had no idea what it cost them to come here, and I didn't want to piss anyone off. But dang it, this was a party partially for me, and I wanted to try and enjoy it. She tilted her head. Baby shower? A celebration of the new lives to come, a time for family to gather and help the new parents prepare for that life.
Ah.
She paused as if thinking.
We would be honored to participate in the celebration of new life yet to come.
She tilted her head, then turned to look at the bird. I could almost hear the discussion between them, though not a sound was made. He, and I had zero doubt it was a male, clacked his beak hard, then turned and preened, pulling out one long golden black feather from one wing and dropped in the hand of one of the men, then a matching feather from the other wing. The man brought the feathers to the old woman, his face surprised but more relaxed than when they first appeared. She walked toward me slowly, not in a shuffle, but a cautious movement as if testing the ground before her as she took each step. She's blind. I flicked my eyes toward the bird and his intent gaze on the woman. No, the area in front of her. And the bird is her eyes. Wow. She stopped a step or two away from me and lifted her head to face me. Her eyes were mismatched, something I knew was called heterochromia. One was blue, the other brown, but both had fixed pupils tight and small.
I apologize for the rudeness we showed. As a gift for the babies you carry, I gift you with primary feathers from our Wakinyan Kalihichia. When they are older and wear these, they will gain passage into the Arikagawa.
I heard sharp intakes of breath around me. What she had provided was almost priceless, and my government would do anything to get a hold of these. Your gifts will be cherished. Come and join us. I glanced at Joe and Sable, who nodded. Be aware this house and land is that of the dryad Hamadia. Be kind to her. As if my saying her name summoned her, Hamadia slowly faded into existence between me and Tursane.
Ah,
Hamadia said.
Those who work with nature, not against her. I have heard of you. Be nice to Cori. I like her.
She leaned close, her sharp, pointy nose almost touching Amadahi. Hamadia's head twisted to an inhuman angle.
Interesting.
Then Hamadia faded back out.
I begin to see why you were approached. Go celebrate. We will talk later.
Amadahi waved at me and I narrowed my eyes, feeling uncomfortably like I had just been given permission to attend my own party. Let me, Cori, Indira murmured in my ear. I'll escort her. I heard all the things contained in the word escort. Guard, watch, protect, spy. Stress bled away slightly, and I gave Indira a huge smile. Thank you. My I owe you went unsaid, but understood. Before getting involved in the festivities starting back up, I headed directly to the nursery, Joe and Sable close by, with Caroline standing at the door. his tail still lashing and hackles raised. "Himadia," I said softly in the nursery. Joe and Sable at the door, making sure they filled it as Caroline lay at the door to my room. She stepped out of the trees painted on the wall as if she'd been waiting for me.
"Your parties are so interesting. Do you mind if I talk to the bird woman later? I have a sister that would like to be transplanted there."
I blinked at her. "No, you're always free to talk to anyone you wish." Himadia just bobbled on her toes. "This is a protected, safe room, right? Your place? No one can get into it." I pushed, needing to make sure. All of me was vibrating just a bit too much, and the lemonade I'd had didn't sit well in my stomach.
"Unless I allow it, no. It is my space, part of my reality."
Her voice was unconcerned as she spun slowly. "Then I will trust that you can protect these from anyone," I said, holding out my hands with the feathers nestled in my palm. She froze at my words, even as I felt the tension from Joe and Sable fade a bit. "Put these someplace safe, where only the babies can get to them when they are ready." Himadia peered at the feathers, her green eyes widening a bit.
"And how will I know when they are ready?"
I shrugged. "You'll know, or they'll tell you. Or maybe we will. But they need to be kept safe." If I wasn't worried it would be a slap in the face of Amadahi, I would have burned them.
Oh, yes."
She reached out and gently picked up the feathers, then scaled the tree to the sketch of a bird I hadn't noticed before. As she touched it, it fleshed out, becoming more realistic and sharper. With care, she put one feather in one wing and one in the other. A ripple ran through the bird, then it moved, flying through the trees to another limb. It reminded me of watching animation. The bird obviously a drawing, yet real too. She jumped down and pointed.
"There. They are safe until they ask for it."
I all but sagged in relief. "Thank you."
"My existence is much more interesting since you moved in. I have much to chatter with the other dryads about. They are very jealous. You may get your dryad for the second house. I have friends that are considering it."
I just nodded and headed back, keeping my mouth shut about the gossip between denizens. We walked back outside to see Bainjarl and the two men talking, while Amadahi sat in a chair, her head tilted as she watched and listened. Indira sat next to her, keeping up a light chatter. The Thunderbird perched on the back of Amadahi's chair, his head twisting one way, then the other. Jo slipped her arm around my waist, and I laid my head on her shoulders. "Only you, Cori," her voice amused as she hugged me to her. "Most people are going to do a shower, make diaper designs, have some cake, get baby clothes. But no, you have to have people from an almost mythical part of our world step out and give you gifts of immeasurable worth." "Psst," I muttered. I just was hoping I wouldn't have to do anything too stupid. Instead, I end up in a political game. Again. People need to learn to chill out. "Good luck with that," Sable murmured, resting a chin on my shoulder while her arms snaked around to touch my belly. "When it comes to you, I think you're the only chill one."
"And you wonder why I love being your focus. You three are rarely boring."
We snarled at Caroline, much to his amusement, and went to enjoy the rest of the party. In the end, the conversation with Amadahi was a bit anticlimactic. She apologized again, and I foisted her off on Tursane and Salastra. They could convince her. She'd barely flickered an eyelash at Salastra and Bainjarl, implying she'd seen or knew of unicorns and griffins, so I left them to it. I wanted a nap. Chapter 44. Pregnancy fact. Baby showers predate magic, America, and most existing civilizations. Believed to have originated in ancient Rome or Egypt, they were originally women-only affairs. Over the years, as men have stepped into more proactive child-rearing, this has changed, becoming an event to celebrate the forthcoming birth. The Pregnant Mage. The party was fun, and I think even the Crashers had enjoyed themselves, though I noted that Scott, Randolph, and Charles kept a close eye on them. It amused me that Ericina did not like any of them, though Esmir didn't seem to mind. Caroline stayed near me, and time went on. I worked, prepped for the babies, did my checkups, and basically existed, feeling fatter and more awkward all the time. We'd given up our hikes when I'd lost the sidestepping ability, and I hated how out of shape and self-conscious I felt. I was at the 36-week mark, and I wanted it to be over. It felt like I was constantly censoring myself because I wanted these parasites out. I might love these two kids, and Joe, and Sable, but right now, the idea of going on a murder spree and killing them all was forefront in my mind. "It's time," Esmir whispered in my mind. "What?" I said back. I'd just gotten comfortable after a long day at work on Wednesday and wanted nothing more but to rest my feet until dinner. It would be nice if my feet weren't the size of watermelons, or at least would fit into my shoes. I had started to understand the allure of slippers all day. Time for what? "The others are here. You need to introduce them. They are your representatives." "Are you kidding?" I groaned. The idea of getting up, finding a bra, good clothes, even brushing my hair sounded like a monumental effort. "No, I will be there shortly. Be ready." Ugh! I screamed at the top of my lungs, the small study ringing with my screech. Pounding feet, a sudden growl, and a poof of hematia all followed. In less time than it took me to pry myself out of the chair, I had a Cath, a Dryad, and two women staring at me with wide eyes and panicked looks. Panic on a Dryad meant twigs jutting out everywhere with little thorns. "What's wrong? Are the babies coming? Are you okay?" I was sure Caroline hadn't asked any of those questions as I brushed by them, grumping with each waddling step, but that was only because they were all audible. "No, I have to go introduce the delegates, and Esmir is coming now," I snarled at Caroline, whose tail was starting to unpoof. "Your mother doesn't understand the words advance notice." I made it to my bedroom, ripped off my top, fumbled a bra on, and another top. "So, I'm headed to the council. Now!" I winced and sighed as a ripple of pain went across my belly. "And I'm having Braxton Hicks contractions, and they suck." Those had started a few days ago, but Dr. Anna Lobdell had assured me they were normal, and I still had weeks to go. I swear, I almost started crying in her office. Hormones sucked. "Do you want us to go with you?" Joe looked worried, and she almost loomed with the need to help or protect me. I took a deep breath and pushed down my annoyance and frustration. I walked over and pulled her head down to kiss her forehead. "I'm fine, just cranky and tired. A few more weeks and you'll get to welcome these kids to the world. Sorry, I'm being such a bitch." Sable snorted and kissed my temple. "You aren't. You're amazing, and there's nothing we can ever do to thank you for this." I laughed. "Be glad you're getting two this go-round. Not sure I can do this again." Neither of them said anything, just squeezed me tighter. A prick of pain, then Esmir arrived. "Are you ready?" From experience, I knew that fussing at her would leave her unmoved. I pulled away from my family and slipped on some shoes. "Yes." She opened the rip, and the three of us stepped through into the unfortunately familiar stonework of the council chamber. I stared around the chamber, and spotted Shay and Hisahito, who were very obviously not paying attention to each other. I didn't see Amadahi. I walked over to them. "Merlins, having fun yet?" I didn't even try to stop the snark. The pain had settled into my lower back, and I didn't have time to pay attention. They both looked at me, then at each other, and stiffened.
"It is fine, Madame Munroe,"
Hisahito said stiffly. "I swear to Merlin, if you don't yank that stick out of your ass, I'll have Caroline bite you. I don't care if you have issues. I don't care if one of you slept with the other's wife. I don't care if you stole something that was more precious to you than the world. Take a good look at these denizens. They regard humans as little more than cattle, and often have humans as toys. Your entire job here is to prove that we aren't disposable and help keep magic in check and maybe stop the number of rips appearing on Earth." They both looked at me like little boys who had just had their hands caught in the cookie jar. A shuffle and tapping behind me had me turning to see Amadahi walking up, her staff tapping on the stones. The Thunderbird, I couldn't remember its name, was sitting on a perch at the edge of the stones, looking fierce and protective. Hisahito and Shay. This is Amadahi from the Arakekawa territory, also known as the AIN. Both men blinked, but nodded to her. She gave them a blank stare followed by a sharp nod.
"Shall we begin?"
Brix's voice filled my brain and the room. I gestured to the chairs and the perch, and they shuffled over, looking around at all the beings in the place. I think it finally began to dawn on them they weren't top dog as they took in the Naga, Gorgon, Unicorn, Kath, and others I didn't even have names for. Outside on the grassy area where the wall had been before Brix vanished it, lounged Zmog. She waved at me, and I shook my head and waved back, before moving to stand in front of the three mages. I didn't know for sure what was going to happen, but I had a very good idea.
"Who speaks for the mages from Earth?"
The abrupt launch into the meeting didn't surprise me this time, though I still wondered if there was a conversation I was missing, like not getting sign language or something. Either way, I'd do this and get out of here. Cori Munroe wishes to introduce the council representatives for Earth. I projected my voice, making it as clear and loud as I could, even as another fake contraction wrapped around my body. Why did anyone do this pregnancy stuff? Figuring out how to create an external womb with magic moved higher on my to-be research list.
"Proceed."
The eyes of everyone weighed heavy on me. Even Salastra, who still sneered a bit, had her full attention on us. I went through and introduced each of them, playing up their power and rank. They will serve as the representatives of Earth on the council. I nodded and waved at them.
"We welcome the Lords of Earth."
I groaned a bit at that, especially as all three of them actually preened. Egos. Merlin, save me from egos.
"The first order of business."
Brix started to drone, and I slipped backward. The stupid false contractions were annoying, and I wanted to get home.
"Cori, we need to go back. Naomi's on the phone. She needs to speak to you."
Caroline's voice was both welcome and cringeworthy. The last thing I wanted to do was deal with Naomi. But it was an excuse to get out of here, and I take it. "I have to leave," I sent to Esmir. "Please make sure they get back to their homes."
"Of course. This should be an interesting meeting."
She had her amber eyes locked on the Thunderbird, and I just shook my head as Caroline opened a portal between here and the house. Jo was standing there, phone to her ear, giving me a funny look.
"Cori, did you have any plans for this week?"
I blinked at her. "Napping?" Here, you better take this." She handed the phone to me. It was her phone, not mine. With a puzzled look, I took it. "Hello?"
"Cori,
Where in Merlin's name are you? It was Pearl Takashi. In my house? I said wearily, having no idea what she was talking about. There was a hiss of exasperation. Is there a reason you haven't responded to any of the emails, confirmed flight information, or followed up to make sure you knew what was expected of you? I stood there, my mind racing. Pearl, what are you talking about? Cori, you are expected to be in Beijing for the ceremony tomorrow. Why are you still in the U.S.? Last I heard, they were still arguing. I haven't even talked to anyone about it in months. I figured it would take another few months to even get agreements figured out. A hiss of annoyance slipped through. Ugh, you have been sent multiple emails. All the calls have been either gone to a non-working or disconnected number. They even sent you mail. Your personal emergency information still has the Atlanta number for Joe and Sable, and emails to your work have gone unanswered. My mouth opened to refute everything. Then I paused. Oh, I changed my number after the jumping out of a plane incident, and I guess I never updated anything when Joe and Sable moved up here. They got new local numbers. But email? I waddled upstairs, groaning a bit. Being on the second floor now seemed like a huge mistake. Yes, emails and letters and calls, Pearl hissed. Then to make it worse, Gloria got really sick and had you marked as verified. Not one realized until 2 days ago when she was well enough to be taken off the ventilator that she had meant she needed to verify your plans. My shoulders were hunched in guilt as I made it to my computer. 1 minute, let me put you on speaker. My work phone was on the desk next to my personal computer. I pulled up both of them, and there were no emails. Then I checked spam. Oh, what? The only reason I even knew how to get a hold of you without sending someone to your work was I remembered Joe's last name and looked her up. The emails all went to spam, both work and personal. Sorry. I was sorry. I didn't mean to cause this much trouble. I checked my work phone, and sure enough, a bunch of numbers from DC had been marked as spam calls, so they never rang through, and I hadn't thought to look. I'm sorry. Cori, there is a flight leaving JFK in 2 hours. You will be on it. You will have clothes. I'm telling you this as a friend because there are State Department people at your Atlanta apartment right now, and they have dispatched people to the Albany house. I'd get packing. I don't have anything to wear for a fancy ceremony, I blurted, panic setting in. And I'm 8 months pregnant. Just tell them I can't come. That is not an option, Pearl gritted out through her teeth. Pack. You have 20 minutes. Maybe. I'll get you something decent to wear. She hung up with a click that had restrained rage in it. Are you kidding me? I stared at the phone. Joe, Sable, help! I explained everything to them, and after they quit laughing, they got me packed, pulled out my rarely used makeup, found flats that would go with most dresses, and got me into comfortable clothes for the flight. I'd like to say I'm not super happy about this, Joe commented as they stood on the front porch waiting for the car. If I didn't think it would cause an international incident, and I'm suspecting they would arrest me and throw me on the plane, I'd probably decline. Should I go with you? Caroline's ears were back, and his tail cracked back and forth. No, you really don't like planes. Go hang with Tietang and be there when I land. I smirked with a bit of sadistic pleasure. You two can cause an incident by waiting for me at the gate. Get everyone up in arms. His ears perked up a bit. That does sound amusing. I'm sure Tietang will enjoy being rebellious. Good. I leaned down and rubbed his ears and kissed the top of his head. I'll miss you, but I'll probably sleep most of the way. And if I'm not sleeping, I'll knit. I held up my bag that had my knitting needles and the almost done baby blanket. I'd had to unravel and try again 7 times so far, but this time I might have figured it out. It had almost become fun. Almost. The car pulled up with 2 very official-looking men. After verifying credentials and one last round of hugs and pets, I was whisked off to JFK. Oddly, it was the best flying experience I'd ever had. I was granted priority first class, and because moving fast in my condition wasn't possible, I had a golf cart take me right to the gate. I don't know if they had been holding it for me, but the stewardess ushered me and my bags into a first-class seat, and the door was locked. I sank, exhausted, into the seat, ecstatic that it was comfortable. The flight from JFK to Beijing was about 21 hours, including a 3-hour layover in Taipei. I looked at the folder one of the men handed me and sighed. The extensive itinerary, the promise someone would meet me in Taipei, and everything I needed to do while I was there at the ceremony looked exhausting. I shoved it in my bag, pulled out the blanket, and knitted until I fell asleep. A shudder through the plane jolted me awake, and I sat there listening. Another violent shake, then an explosion from my left. I whipped around to peer out the window and saw the engine on the wing burst into flames. I pulled back, surprised. Another explosion from the right had me flinching. I struggled to look out my window, only to see the other engine with more fire licking out of it. The oxygen masks dropped onto my head, hanging above me. What was going on?
Flight attendants, prepare for a water landing.
The captain's voice came over the speakers, and I felt my heart seize as I looked at the oceans of water around us. The attendants jumped into action, talking on the announcement system, getting us into life vests. I sat there numb. We were all going to die. Around me, people were freaking out, and I could hear terror as people grabbed at the masks. My heart and throat locked as I looked out at black as night water. It rippled below us like the heart of chaos, hungry and unforgiving. Caroline, tell Joe and Sable I love them. I'm sorry. Chapter 45.
When written in Chinese, the word crisis is composed of 2 characters. One represents danger, and the other represents opportunity.
John F. Kennedy, 35th U.S. President.
Cori, what is wrong? Cori!
Caroline's voice was hard and desperate in my mind, but I couldn't even think enough to reply with all the chaos surrounding me. The hard, unforgiving water reflected light, and I knew we would shatter. In theory, I should be able to control air to lift us. But for this far? To let us land? The display a few minutes ago had pointed out we were halfway through our journey, and the nearest land was further than we could ever make with no engines. Even now, I could feel the plane shuddering as we descended. There wasn't any place to even crash on. The Atlantic had few islands from what I knew. There was still cabin pressure, though the masks dangled like a threat and promise in front of me. The attendants were moving back and forth, getting everyone belted in and prepared for the water landing. I tried to think as I caught the hissed words between them as they passed. Someone did this, either magic or a bomb. They want this plane to go down. The muffled words wrapped around my soul. Was this a setup? Or someone taking advantage of the situation? Either way, someone on this plane was most likely involved. There were many people willing to die to achieve their goals. What had I done? Had I put these children at risk? My hands curled over my belly. For the first time, I felt the fierce connection with them. These were my kids too, and I'd face down Tursane and Salistra for them. That final snap of connection motivated me, and I started to think, how do I save us? Preferably everyone. Most of my expertise was on small things, moving cells, starting fires, identifying patterns, not keeping planes from falling out of the sky. How in the world could I do anything to stop us from crashing? I grabbed a breathing mask as I thought, forcing my mind to focus. If I had time and the chance to work with others, we could do that. But this? I assumed we only had minutes as the plane shuddered and jolted. The bomb from DC, and how I had dealt with it flashed into my mind. It was an idea. Crazy, insane, but an idea. And maybe it might work. If my friends, my family, could come through for me. I definitely couldn't do this by myself. And I never have to. Caroline, can Amadia create a huge pocket realm full of swamp to catch a plane?
To what?
His mental voice held so much terror I almost cried. I don't have time. Can she do it? And let me open a portal to it. Frantic seconds passed as the plane shook and people cried out. My fear just made it worse, and I couldn't help but wonder what would someone gain by killing us? Because we would die if this plane went down. At least, that was my fear. What did I know? I'd never been in a plane accident before, and I'd like to avoid ever being in one again.
I grabbed Malkin and Tersine. They say with Amadia they can do that. Tersine says she needs to know how fast the plane is traveling, and that you will need to make the rip big enough for it to fit. Cori, what is going on?
His voice gave me hope. I'm trying to save myself and everyone else. Get it made. I'll get the speed. I struggled from my seat, the bouncing around making it hard, but I held onto the backs of the seats and started to force my way to the front. I love you all so much. Make sure they know. Caroline, make sure they know.
I'm with them now. Cori, come home.
His frantic pleading broke my heart, but I couldn't do anything. Even if I could sidestep from something moving, at this speed I'd die slamming into something. We both knew it. I'm trying. Ma'am, sit down. You have to brace for the emergency landing. One of the attendants yelled at me over the noise. She was belted in and her face was whiter than the uniform shirt she wore. I have to talk to the pilots. I have an idea. I reached the door between us and the pilots. You can't! Sit down! She barked as she wrapped her arms over her head. You're going to get killed! The door is locked! Sit! I pounded on the door, but realized I didn't have time to wait, even if they opened it. With a thought, I reached out and accelerated the decay of the molecules in the door, ignoring the inch of hair it cost. If I could get us to the pocket realm, get everyone isolated, we would all be safe. The authorities could deal with it then. The attendant had been about to unbuckle and come after me when the door collapsed into a pile of dust, and the co-pilot on the right whirled to look at me.
If this is a hijacking, you're too late. We're in full water landing mode.
Anger and fear lanced through his voice. The cockpit was full of flashing lights and sounds, which only cemented the feeling of certain doom. Healthy vehicles didn't make all those sounds. I'm hoping I can save us instead. I braced myself in the doorway, the free fall making my gorge and protruding stomach rise.
What? Are you strong enough to make us fly?
His voice was sarcastic as the other pilot frantically pushed buttons and talked into his headset. Maybe before this, I might have been, but now there wasn't a chance, much less the time to learn enough about aerodynamics to be able to do anything. No, but I can give us someplace else to land that should be better than the middle of the ocean. Which was another thing that stuck out in my mind. We were crossing the largest stretch of water in our journey, and now is when this happened? Was this on purpose? A terrorist threat? Or are they trying to kill me? I avoided thinking about that and asked the question. How fast are we going? In land miles per hour, please. I had no desire to try to translate the speed. At least in miles, I could comprehend how fast we were going.
You're crazy, and we don't have time for this.
Do you have a better idea? Because I'm thinking that water looks like a death sentence. My voice was sarcastic, and I didn't care. Fear wrapped around me, and I wanted to hold my kids. But first, I needed to make sure we lived through the next 5 minutes.
Whatever, lady. We're going about 308 miles per hour right now. I've got the nose so we can glide as long as possible. But if we're going slow enough when we hit the water, maybe we won't shatter on contact.
He kept looking at me, but I could only focus on the unforgiving ocean so far and yet too close below us. Did you hear that? I sent it in my mind, my fingers aching from how hard I was grasping the door frame.
Yes, giving her the information now. They are creating it.
Caroline's voice was clipped, so tense with worry he could barely make words. I watched the water shimmering ahead, so calm, peaceful, and deadly. This had to work.
Whatever you're going to do, lady, you better do it fast, because we've got about 3 minutes.
Do you have the realm ready?
Yes, here.
He sent me a feeling. It was kind of like how I would know where to sidestep by memorizing a place. But it was more than that. It was knowing and feeling the essence. He sent me that. Got it. I looked at the pilot who had an expression somewhere between, "Get the crazy woman out of here," and, "Can a Merlin save us?" Hope was so damn insidious. This is going to sound insane. Another bump, and I almost fell, but there was no other option. I had to do this. A double Merlin or more, and I didn't know how to fix this. Was I being arrogant, thinking I was the only person who could come up with a solution? I turned and looked, hoping for a mage with an aerospace degree, but everyone else had strapped in, heads down, crying, yelling. 10 minutes. If I had even 10 minutes, I could find another mage or two on the plane and we could plan something. But I suspected no matter what, eventually we'd end up in the water. You need to fly this into a portal, Rip.
Are you insane?
The other man turned to glare at me.
I can barely control this thing as it is, and crashing in the ocean is one thing. Into a portal sounds insane.
Better than the ocean, where I suspect we'll die. On the other side of the Rip, I'll have friends waiting. I peered through the cockpit windows from my braced position in the doorway. I had to do this right. I would not die like this.
Why not? The risk when we hit the water is not good. I don't know if we can slow the plane enough to keep from shattering upon impact. And that's if the water was completely calm. It isn't. I suppose being eaten by monsters will be better.
He clicked something on the control panel.
New York Control, this is Kappa 324. We are descending through 6,000 feet. Unable to restore engines, we are trying a Hail Mary. We have a Merlin creating a rip to another realm for us. No other changes since last communication.
Repeat, Kappa 324. You are going to ditch into a planar rip? Over? The person on the other side of the radio sounded incredulous, and I couldn't blame them. The whole thing seemed unreal to me, and I was creating it.
Roger. We are going to try.
There was another long pause. Roger, Kappa 324. Good luck. The pilot let go of the toggle and looked at me.
Go for it, lady. We have nothing left to lose.
The sound and jouncing got worse, and I was sure I was about to throw up the water I drank. Here goes nothing. Or everything. I muttered and focused. I'd sacrifice all my hair and everything else to pull this off. The rip formed. I felt it, but it was too tiny to see from this distance. I needed time to get it large enough. In the past, just the offering for the rip was more than enough to make it human-sized. This time, I needed to make it big enough for an airplane. Hair vaporized like an invisible trimmer was cutting off lengths. The bigger I made it, the more it cost. To complicate everything, the damn contractions were doubling down, and I was trying to breathe through them. I didn't have time for this, and each pulse of pain jarred my concentration.
Merlin's balls,
one of the men whispered.
She's doing it! Initiate fuel dump now!
The portal hung in the air, huger than anything I'd ever seen. If I'd had more time, I'd have tried to make the opening horizontal instead of vertical, but habit had made it vertical, which meant trying to widen it also made it taller. If there'd been someone to measure it, I'd have to bet it was the largest portal ever recorded.
Fuel dump initiated, but we lost a lot when the engine blew. Estimate another 10 minutes to empty.
The rip hung there sparkling at us, impossibly close and far away. Fly into it. I've done what I can. I was panting in agony and covered with sweat. What was wrong with me?
Lady, you've done enough. We've got this. Get in your seat and buckle in,
one of them said, awe in his voice. But I was already staggering back to my seat, all but falling into it. I wanted to throw up so badly. My hair barely reached past my shoulders, whereas when I'd gotten on the plane, it was to the middle of my back. People were crying and muttering, and from the odor in the cabin, more than one person had given in to the urge to throw up. The belt secured, I curled up in a ball and reached for Caroline. I love you. We're coming in. Make sure everyone is clear. Soft mud is going to bake and be hot. Tell Hamadia to be safe. Don't let her get hurt. There was a large crack and a groan, and I glanced across the plane out to the other window to see one of the wing tips get sheared off. The rip hadn't been big enough. The plane fell, hitting something. I slammed forward, the seat groaning. My head impacted the wall, a lash of pain, and light exploded in my mind. Chapter 46.
Preparations are underway for the big ceremony in 2 days. Delegates from all over the world are arriving. Hisahito Yamato will be standing in for the Emperor of Japan as his last official act as Majutsushi of Japan.
Magical Daily News.
Marilyn Monroe, I need you to wake up now.
The insistent words fought through the blackness in my mind, and I managed to crack my eyes open, only to shut them instantly as my brain tried to implode. My fingers quested over the side of my skull, lingering over the large lump on my temple, and came away sticky. No wonder my head hurt.
Marilyn, you need to get up.
The voice was male and desperate. I cracked my eyes, flinching as light sent razors through my brain. Did we make it? I muttered, the words slurring more than I liked. I swallowed thickly and tried to think.
The plane is damaged, but we're motionless, which means a lot.
His voice quavered at the end. I focused. I was in my seat in first class, the one next to me still empty. People were hovering in the aisle and leaning over the seats in front of me. I felt like a specimen on display. But, I asked, trying not to whimper in pain between my head and the contractions still ripping through me.
We can't get the doors open and there are creatures outside.
He actually whispered the word creatures. Caroline? Cori! There was a flash of pain that had me sobbing. Then his head was in my lap, his body in the empty seat, his purr vibrating my body and soothing my heart. Cori, you're okay. The people around me screamed, and I caught glimpses of them diving backward away from Caroline, but I didn't care. I buried my face in his fur and tried not to sob. Everything hurt. My head, my body, even my mind hurt. And why was I wet if we weren't in the ocean? I looked down at my leggings, and they were completely soaked. But I felt like I needed to pee. It took me a long moment to register what that meant when I added in the need to push. I think my water broke. I muttered so softly that it didn't carry far over the noise people were making. The crash. I jerked my head up. We need to keep everyone isolated. I think someone, or more than one person, tried to kill us all.
Miss, are you okay?
It was one of the pilots, and I just looked at him blankly for a moment, then nodded. Out. Right. Door. He led me to it, the floor of the plane slipping a bit. The plane was at an angle, and I had to struggle to not slide down. I held onto Caroline for stability as the pulsing pain beat with my heart. Contractions. I'm in labor. That thought beat at me, and I couldn't even find cuss words. My head still reeled, and I looked up to find various people staring at me. The expressions ranged from fear to panic to hope. Open the door, I said, my voice shaking. I bit back a groan as another contraction hit me. It's jammed, someone said, and I groaned, though if that was due to stupidity or a contraction, I wasn't sure. Give me a second. I could almost hear the shame-faced reactions as I moved to the door. A minute later, the door dissolved, along with another inch of hair. A wet, gray area with no sun, though it wasn't particularly dark, and no real sense appeared. A few others stepped out first, then they helped me out. I walked away from them a little ways, Caroline making it clear he didn't want anyone near me. It sounded like a stampede as people rushed out. I could hear lots of exclamations and hysterical yells, which had been constant, but I ignored everything. How had someone sabotaged the plane? Magic? Mundane means? Who was in on it? Had they communicated with anyone? Another contraction, and most thoughts faded out of my brain. I wanted my family. Where are they? I leaned on Caroline again as another contraction hit me, threatening to make my knees buckle. There. He nudged me, turning me a bit in the endless gray. There in the distance, I saw the rip, a gleam of blue back into our world. The path of the plane was easy to see. Steam, a furrow deeper than I was tall, and plain parts traced from the rip to where it had come to rest. They had created a realm of sand, mud, and water, and I could see where parts had baked to glass, even as water started to fill in the gouges. I turned further and saw Joe and Sable racing toward me. Esmir easily kept pace with them, bounding along at their side. To my surprise and relief, Tersane following behind them, though a bit more sedately. I fell into their arms, sobbing with relief as I leaned on their strength. This sucks. Why do women get pregnant? I muttered as another contraction hit. Their arms wrapped around me, and for the first time in hours, I felt safe. Because it seems to be the only way to get children. Come on, let's get you to the hospital. Sable's logical words made sense. I tried to stand when everything else clicked into place. No, this was too well timed. I don't know if this was a terrorist or someone trying to kill me. If it is me, they have to know I'm pregnant. We can't go to a hospital. If they try again, how many would die? I swallowed a gasp and tried to breathe. Am I being paranoid? Why hadn't anyone else figured out how to save the plane? Surely someone must have been an aeronautical engineer. Weren't there other mages on the plane? I couldn't have been the only one. If I was crazy, I was putting these babies at risk. If this was orchestrated, I was putting a hospital with babies and mothers at risk. I can't. We can't go there. The sounds of people approaching behind us, muttering and exclaiming, increased my panic. Anyone among them could be a saboteur, or worse. Stop them! They can't go anywhere until... I broke off mid-sentence to moan. Enough! Joe, my strong, take-no-nonsense Joe stepped in. Stay back near the plane. We'll get to you in a minute. You're safe here. Her voice carried with it power and an unyielding tone.
Who are you? We want to go home. You can't keep us here. Yeah, I need to call my boss in the airline. This is not how paying passengers should be treated.
I want to go home, and you aren't going to stop me. The voices chimed in a cacophony of anger, fear, and arrogance. If I could have focused, I might have killed them all in a fit of pain and rage. If, of course, my magic and the pain racking my body didn't disrupt me halfway through. My hand clamped down on Sable's hand as I fought to stand, to give a united front.
I believe I can be of assistance here.
Tersane's melodic voice came from behind as she slithered up even with us. She was in full Gorgon mode, her naked torso smooth and alabaster, her snakes writhing around her like a corona. There was a collective gasp, and I sensed more than saw her face go from beautiful to inhuman. The first line of people, about 15, stiffened as their skin hardened and went marble white, held in the pose they were when she looked at them.
I suggest you go wait patiently until the Herald has figured out what to do with you.
She smiled again. I could see it from the corner of my eye. There was nothing inviting about her smile. Muffled screams and shuffling arose from where the passengers huddled, but I could feel magic rising again.
Be aware I can change you all to stone and just keep you like that, or you can sit down, enjoy not being dead, and you will get to go home soon enough. Otherwise, I am more than happy to change you to stone permanently and have new statuary for my domicile.
The fact that she sounded delighted about all the possibilities, plus the weaving of the snakes around her skull, made her even more terrifying. It occurred to me the majority of people in my life were rather powerful and terrible. What did that say about me? The thought was chased away by another contraction, stronger than before. Caroline, Sable, go get Dr. Lobdell. She's giving birth here. Esmir, Tersane, help me get her further away. Hamadia, I need a comfortable area to give birth. Joe snapped out all of this, and I gladly gave myself over to her capable hands. As we moved further away, Hamadia appeared, vines twisting up and down her legs as she bounced with agitation.
I do not know what is needed. I have never witnessed a human birth. The rabbit simply makes a nest.
Rather than screaming, which is what I wanted, I gasped out, Just a chaise lounge for the moment. Dr. Lobdell will tell you what is needed.
That I can do.
A lounge covered in thick grass rose from the ground, and I sank into it with relief. Joe turned and took control of the situation, to my immense relief. We need cradles. I need to grab blankets, swaddling clothes. Hamadia, open a door to the nursery, please. Then ensure no one else goes through it. Tersane, could you close that rip? I like to keep everyone confined here. Feel free to turn them all into statues if they even look like they're thinking about being stupid. Tersane smiled, a smile I hoped she never gave me, as it was all teeth and venom.
They are human beings. I am certain stupid is their default condition.
Joe whitened, making her rich brown skin gray, as I saw her realization of just who she was ordering around sink in. But she rallied. Thank you. And don't forget the rip. You're better at it than I am. This time Tersane laughed.
And this is why I hang around you. The three of you are delightful.
The rip snapped closed, and she glanced over her shoulder at the still cowed passengers. Joe nodded with a smile, then raced through the door to the nursery that had appeared between two trees on the other side of the clearing. They wouldn't stay cowed for long. A contraction ripped through me, and I began to struggle out of my pants. Hamadia! I gasp. Can you create something where you can see them, but they can't see us? There are enough witnesses already. Esmir had stayed by my side. She helped me get my pants and my underwear off. Opposable thumbs made everything easier, though she could have shredded them, and I wouldn't have cared. I was glad my tunic covered me, but I could feel what little modesty I had vaporizing as pain and need drove me. Breathe, child. This is a natural thing. Your body can deal with the changes. Your doctor will be here soon. While we had been stripping, a wall of mist appeared between us and the people from the plane. From the confusion I could see on people's faces, and how quickly the fear faded, I knew they couldn't see us. I relaxed. About then, Jo came back, arms full of stuff, and she started to give Hamadia orders. My bossy Jo. My amusement and love lasted only the next contraction, and then I decided that I was going to kill her for ever asking this of me. And twins? Was I insane? Breathe, Cori. You remember, deep, even breaths. You need to wait until Sable gets back. She'd better get here fast. I gritted out. I couldn't concentrate. This was not the calm, safe environment I'd imagined, but the very idea of going to a hospital made me want to scream in panic. Everything is good, Cori. I will keep you safe. No one can hurt you here. This is my place. Hamadia appeared next to me, her vines sprouting little flowers that winked vivid colors at me. It is true, Cori. To do anything here she did not allow, I would have to kill her. And it is very difficult to kill a dryad when attached to her tree. You are safe. Tersane's words helped a bit, but still, this was not the ideal birthplace. Was I broadcasting thoughts now? The next contraction came, and I breathed through it, oddly thirsty. Water, I croaked. I felt like I was drenched, but my sweat was absorbed by the grass furniture I lay on, so it seemed like I wasn't sweating, yet I was parched. Here, Hamadia said, and I looked around for a glass. A vine reached down to me toward my mouth. A drop of water hung from the tip. My thirst overpowered any thoughts, and I opened my mouth. A gentle stream of the clearest, coldest water I'd ever had poured into my mouth. Slowly enough I could swallow, and I had to force myself to stop drinking. It tasted that good. The next contraction hit, and I tried not to scream. Screaming sounded like such a good idea. Where are they? I asked, in a voice that implied certain death if the answer wasn't, they are here. Jo moved over with a clean cloth in her hand. She let the vine get it wet, and she bathed my face. The cold felt good to the point the next question out of my mouth was almost polite. Almost. Dr. Lobdell. They are coming. Caroline pinged me. They should be here in a few minutes. There was a level of worry in her voice that I didn't like, but the contractions seemed to take over everything in my brain each time. Breathe. You got this. We are coming. I almost sobbed in relief. I wanted to see my doctor. I lifted my head to see Caroline snarling and hissing at a terrified Anna Lobdell stumbling backwards through the portal with a grim-faced Sable, arms full of supplies following them. What in the realms? I managed before Anna started screaming as she looked around. Monsters! Monsters are going to kill me! With a terrified shriek, Dr. Lobdell collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 47. The ceremony has been planned for months, and the royal palace is decked out like a bride waiting for her husband. The rumors of the feast that will follow the ceremony is the talk among the gourmands. But what really has everyone wondering is the appearance of Cori Munroe. She is notoriously media shy, but this will be a feat that will be covered by most major news agencies and our fearless reporters. Just wait to hear the best gossip we can ferret out as Marilyn Monroe receives the Chinese Friendship Medal and the Presidential Citizens Medal. Magical Daily News. I grunted through another contraction as I stared at Caroline and Sable. What happened? Himadia created a table which Sable dumped the supplies on. She said she didn't do house calls and couldn't work without her staff in a labor and delivery room. She wanted us to bring you there. Sable shrugged. That wasn't happening. Humans, you are all so excitable. I'll deal with her. Esmir stalked over to the doctor, and a minute later, a vine dumped water on her face. Anna sat up, a look of terror on her face as Esmir leaned into her face and growled. Whatever she said, it was only to Anna, but the woman nodded, then looked around, her eyes widening as she took in the glade, Himadia, and Tursane. Caroline had his head next to my stomach, purring like he was a motorcycle. But it helped. Anna's eyes lingered on Tursane, then Himadia. Then she closed them and breathed in deeply. Esmir sat in front of her, no longer growling, but still exuding an aura of menace. It looked like Anna's lips were moving, but I couldn't hear anything. Then she stood up. I'll need to sterilize. Is there soap and warm water to wash in? Jo pointed silently to something off to the right, and I followed her gesture. Overfacing the wall of mist, with a clear view to the statues Tursane had created, was a basin and another vine with a ledge where Jo had piled towels. Anna nodded once, the sharp, jerky movement I saw a lot when people got too far into my life. Maybe that should worry me. Right then, all I cared about was the pain that rippled through my body. At this point, I was shaking with pain as the contractions came closer and closer together. The vine nudged my mouth, and I gratefully sucked down more icy water, then almost choked on it as pain hit again. Okay, Cori, I'm going to need to look and see how dilated you are, Anna said from my feet. It took me a minute to figure out what she was saying, then it registered. Himadia, Jo, can you show Himadia what we need? Jo conversed with her, and a minute or so later the chair bottom rose and split, creating support for my legs and letting me slip down a bit. The change in position helped. Everything hurt so much, and the only male in the area was Caroline, assuming Himadia even had a real gender, though at this point I just didn't care. It was a strange feeling to be so exposed, but each successive contraction pushed away any concerns. You are almost fully dilated, Cori. That means these babies are ready to come out soon. Do we have bassinets to put them in and clothes for the babies? She looked around. Her trembling had stopped, and she seemed more at ease now that she was in her comfort zone. Yes, to the clothes, and you've got 4 people here who can hold them, Jo said. I watched Anna frown and count people, and the widening of her eyes at Tursane when she realized the Gorgon was included. Somehow Tursane had become a friend to all of us, and it solidified some thoughts in my head. Okay, then I think we are ready to do this. Cori, I know we talked about a block if the pain got too bad. I can't do that here. I don't have the equipment, so you're going to have to suck it up and push through it. Her gaze was direct, and I got lost for a second in those eyes. I can help make sure you heal easily, but without machines to monitor your vitals, I'm not willing to apply a magic blockage, as I might not realize you are in trouble until too late. I nodded shakily, but part of me wanted to cry. It had barely been an hour, and already I wanted to wail with the pain and stress.
If she is hurting too badly, I can assist. One of my snakes has something that resembles your narcotics, but it is not.
Tursane had moved over, gazing at me curiously.
Though I will never complain about laying eggs again. This looks very unpleasant.
Laughter burbled up, but was cut off by a moan as I was hit again by a contraction. We ready? Anna looked around at everyone, and the answer must have been an affirmative. Then take your positions. Joe moved to my right, Sable my left. The bed widened at my waist, and Caroline jumped up to lie next to me. His head sat below my breasts, and his purr vibrated through my bones.
I will alert if her heart rate increases or decreases significantly.
My sneaky bastard. Anna seemed to take Caroline's comment in stride. Excellent. Hamadia lingered over near the edge of the trees, both interested and freaked out. Tursane hovered a bit with Esmir.
Cori, do you mind if we watch this birth?
Tursane asked in an odd voice. I was shaking with pain, and I shook my head as Joe and Sable each held a hand. Just stay out of Dr. Lobdell's way. If I was going to get snippy about beings who didn't even have these body parts seeing a baby come out, then I really needed to have a different life. Okay, Cori, push. The wave hit, and I pushed with it, my voice rising with a scream at the sensation of my body focusing down to try to expel the boarders who had been in my body for so long. For a moment, the sensation of pushing blocked out the pain. Good, that is what we need. Listen to your body. It knows what to do. Anna said soothingly, and I almost kicked her. My body had no clue what it wanted to do, but I wanted this pain to stop. Again, I pushed while Joe and Sable murmured how strong I was. I am going to kill them all! A chuckle from Tursing pulled my attention in between the ripples of eviction. I looked up at her, and she was smiling. What? You said that out loud, dear, Joe said with a smile. No killing us, please. We're looking forward to these kids. Any other time, I might have been horrified. Right now, all I wanted was them out. I screamed as I pushed again. Was it supposed to hurt this much? Tursane, they are becoming dangerous. Hamadia's words cut across even my pain, laden with fear as it was. My attention darted to the scene beyond the wall to see the statues had been set free, and they had found a mage or two among the passengers, who started casting magic at the wall, as well as beating on it, trying to get to us, to me.
I have no time or patience for this nonsense. Excuse me.
Even my contractions seemed to freeze at those words. Tursane turned to face the mob, not that the mages on the other side could see her.
Drop it,
she said to Hamadia. With her words, the wall dropped, and Tursing became Gorgon. Over the years, I'd seen her do her inhumanly beautiful look for a split second, though it had never been directed at me. Usually, it was at a single person or a small group. I'd never seen the long-term petrification done in person. I had never realized the difference. This time, she became other. Even seeing her only from the back, the change was awe-inspiring and more terrifying than anything I'd ever felt. My body clenched down hard with strength I didn't know I had. I heard bones crack in Joe and Sable's hands, but I couldn't take my eyes off Tursane. They squeezed me back just as hard. The friendly snakes became serpents of nightmares, eyes glowing, hissing, venom dripping from fangs. Her alabaster skin went so white it glowed. Her scales, usually soft and supple, turned into razor-sharp petals against her body. I don't know what her face looked like, and I'm not sure I ever will. But from the screams of terror that cut off as men and women became exquisite statues, I'm not sure I want to. The whole process took less than 30 seconds, and the entire group of people were now a cluster of statues, slowly toppling over on marshy ground. Then she was herself, shaking her shoulders and head to work out kinks.
I haven't done that in a long time.
A slow smile spread, holding wicked amusement.
Maybe I should do that to the council the next time they annoy me.
I blinked, and it felt like the glade did too. Then everything restarted, but something was different. Crap! Anna was reaching between my legs and pulled out a blood-covered babe. I might need to hire you for difficult pregnancies. That is the hardest I've ever seen someone contract. Ow! Joe and Sable said in unison, their grips slacking. You broke bones in my hand, Cori. Joe gingerly pulled her hand out, moving over toward the doctor and the baby. Caroline jumped off the table and followed her, his eyes locked on the babe. That hurt, Cori. No more strength tests for you. Dr. Lobdell handed the baby to Joe, who walked out of my line of sight, Caroline on her heels. I heard Sable muttering something, but she didn't pull her hand away, just squeezed mine gently. One more to go, Cori. I nodded, but my attention was back on my body, which was loudly demanding the other squatter get out, and I completely agreed. My world narrowed to contract, breathe, contract, and then pressure and a cry. I lifted my head to see Dr. Lobdell lifting up another infant, smiling. Congratulations, ladies. You have a boy and a girl. She stood up and turned and shrieked. He's eating the baby! In a jackknife move, I was sitting up, pulling at my magic. That answered with full force, ready to kill whomever had dared to touch my children. I peered around to see Caroline, leaning over the baby, licking it clean of the blood and afterbirth.
I do not eat the children of my queens. I would never.
The affront in his voice made me snicker, even as each swipe of his tongue cleaned off blood and made the child squirm. That is not sanitary, Anna squawked, clutching the second baby to her. We are not cats. We are cats. Our saliva has healing properties when we wish. Now let me see this baby so I can clean him. Esmir poked her nose at the infant, clutched in Anna's hands. I collapsed back down. Ew. But I've seen their licks heal and clean. Just don't lick off their flesh, please. I muttered as I closed my eyes. Exhaustion draped over me like a limp cat. Sable squeezed my hand once and went over to rescue the child from Dr. Lobdell. She presented it to Esmir, who began to lick it clean. I closed my eyes, too worn out to even be grossed out. You are the strangest group I have ever been involved with. Anna shook her head and came back over to me. You need to push one more time. The placenta needs to come out. If whining would have done me any good, I might have whined. As it was, I braced myself and squeezed. I'd never been more exhausted in my life. My body ached, my heart hurt. I was confused and worried about the idiot's tercine had turned to stone. That wasn't quite true. I was worried about the fallout from the idiot's tercine had petrified. But my magic bubbled at me as I reached for it. All the requests, even less than they had been before. I wanted to cry with relief, but that would have taken energy, and I had none. There was an odd feeling as the placenta slid out, and I sagged back, questing for the vine with the water. I managed to get a mouthful down when Anna held up the slimy, bloody bag that had, until recently, protected our children. What would you like to do with this? I blinked. Do? She shrugged. Many cultures eat it, or bury it, or preserve it. I fought down a shudder. I'm good. The idea of treating it as a fetish made me slightly sick. It was a body part. May I have it? Tercine spoke from the side of me, and I rolled my head over to look at her. Lifting my head sounded exhausting. All yours, I said, waving my hand. then froze in something between horror and nausea as she lifted it into her mouth and slurped it down the way I'd eat an oyster. Anna shrugged, and I looked at her with raised brows.
That actually qualifies as the most normal thing I've seen in the last hour. Well, humans tend to get it encapsulated, but whatever. I still have more issues with the cats, she said, turning to look.
Kath, Tersane and I corrected at the same time. I managed a weary smile. I wanted some clean clothes and a bath. I wanted time to play with my magic and get familiar with it again. It seemed so long ago I hadn't wanted to be a mage, but having it a pale shadow of itself had hurt way more than having it gone would have.
If you say so, she said. Here, let's get you healed up and cleaned up. Then see to the babies.
Joe and Sable had one each and were rocking and humming, so I made the assumption there was nothing wrong. I did want to see them, though. Anna squatted back down and began to clean me up, making offerings as she did so. Just the warm water soothed and helped restore my spirits, though I still wanted to sleep. 5 minutes later, she was done. She brought me over a clean gown, and I stripped and gratefully pulled it on. Part of me relaxed with clothes on, though I was still sore and tender.
I repaired the tear to your perineum, reduced swelling, and helped the blood flow to your skin. I'll send you an article on how to use your magic to help heal and tighten up your belly. You'll want to massage lotion into your belly daily, as it will help keep it supple and prevent stretch marks.
I nodded, looking at my oddly deflated belly. I'd been rubbing shea butter in regularly, and my skin was softer and healthier than it had ever been, but it still looked weird and sad.
Give me a minute to run some checks, and then... Do you want to see your children?
Anna smiled at me, waiting for an answer. A lump caught in my throat, and I nodded. A hunger I never expected and didn't understand tickled at my heart as I watched her take each baby, check them, then give them back to their mothers. Wrapped in swaddling clothes, they were quiet for the moment. The incandescent joy on Joe and Sable's faces was the next thing I focused on. The only memory that even came close was the day of their joining. Tersane stood back, watching all of them, looking curiously complacent, but I only had the energy and caring for a quick glance. I flicked my eyes back and saw Joe and Sable walking toward me, Caroline and Esmir near them. Both Kath looked oddly smug. I so wasn't getting near his tongue until he'd brushed his teeth. Ew. Joe walked over to my right and Sable to my left. Joe spoke first.
May I present our first child, Jasmine Sosha Gorsan Guzman.
Joe put the baby girl in my arms, and I stared down at the child. Wide, dark brown eyes stared up at me out of a face that contained aspects of both Sable and Joe. Tufts of wispy black hair poofed out of her head. Her skin was a light caramel color that came across as golden in the diffuse sunlight of the pocket realm. Wonder filled me, and a bit of relief. This beautiful baby was ours, and I was delighted to meet her. But that was it. There was no well of emotion or panic. Love, yes, but no foreign emotion. I was still me.
Told you,
Esmir whispered smugly. I rolled my eyes, but the last bit of stress that doing this would make me into someone else faded away. The baby fit neatly on one side of me as Sable presented the other baby.
And this is our son, Charlemagne Henry Jonathan Lancet.
Charlemagne already had tight black curls on his head and skin the color of chocolate like Sable's. His eyes were so dark brown, they looked black as he stared up at me, unblinking. 2 children. I had children. They are good? Healthy? I asked, cradling both of them. Yes, I ran checks. They are healthy babies and probably getting hungry. Anna smiled and showed me how to nurse both of them at the same time, something that wouldn't be possible once they started to grow. It was now or never. Tersain, Esmir? The 2 females in question glanced at me, as did Joe and Sable. Do you know the custom of godmothers for humans? I asked, hoping Joe and Sable would go along with this. We had talked about it, but never settled on anyone. But I knew in my heart this was the right decision. Esmir tilted her head. I believe so. One who will protect the child if the parent is unable to. Otherwise, a special relative that is theirs alone. Basically, someone they can turn to when all seems lost. Esmir, will you be the godmother of Jasmine? Tersain, will you be the godmother of Charlemagne? The 2 beings looked stunned. They glanced at each other, and then the 3 of us, as Joe and Sable had moved to either side of me, watching the 2 babies nurse. You are okay with this? I glanced at the kids' moms, worried I'd overstepped. I think it is a wonderful idea. Cori, who do you want for the godfathers? Joe asked, dropping a kiss on my head. Sanchez for Charlemagne and Charles for Jasmine. That way they both have contacts in all aspects of the world, able to help and protect them regardless if they are Merlin or mundane. Tersain laughed at that. They will be Merlins. Already I can feel them waiting to emerge. Your children will be full Merlins, Cori, with full access to all of magic. That didn't excite me, but it would wait until another day to be dealt with. For now, I'd try to enjoy having 2 kids and no longer being pregnant. I love that idea. Let Sanchez spoil him without anyone wondering why. Joe laughed, and I looked up at her smiling face. And it gives Charles a reason to visit more often. Sable chimed in, one hand on Jasmine's head. It's perfect, Cori. I smiled and looked at the 2 beings. So, will you? When Tersain became Gorgon, she was as beautiful as she was deadly. But right now, she glowed with joy and excitement, and she was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. I would be honored. As would I. I shall teach my beautiful goddaughter how to make any Cath proud. Esmir glowed with pride. Caroline licked Esmir's muzzle, then jumped up, curling next to me, purring like a freight train. There, amid the trees, near the petrified passengers, a Gorgon, a Dryad, my life partners, 2 Cath, and 1 kidnapped doctor, I fed my children for the first time, basked in the love of my family, and delighted in feeling like myself, with my magic again. Epilogue. Information request. Anyone who has any insight into the incident with Merlin Cori Munroe, the Gorgon, and the plane crash is asked to contact Merlin Katalina Yavinsky. This is for an ongoing research study into the nature of the plane's creatures. Tomes of Wonder. Juggling babies, investigators, statues, smug Cath, and an annoyed doctor made the next few weeks interesting and exhausting. Oddly, the babies were the easiest to deal with. They wanted food. Charlemagne preferred my left breast, and Jasmine my right for no reason I could figure out. They wanted to be held and changed. That covered their wants. Nobody else was quite that easy. For all that, she stepped up when we needed her. Anna Lobdell was not happy about being kidnapped. She read the three of us, plus Caroline, the riot act. After much groveling, she agreed to not press charges, but only if we donated 100 hours of community service, each, to the women's shelter and be a silver-level sponsor for the next birthing center fundraiser. As all of us agreed with the mission of the shelter and, well, we had kidnapped her, we willingly agreed, then apologized again. The outrage over the ceremony rattled around the world for a week, and we were telling government officials to go away as we dealt with newborns. It didn't stop until Shishi made a public statement that she was honored and horrified that I would try to live up to social expectations so close to giving birth. She publicly presented her birthing gift to Tietang, who flashed away to deliver it to me. He had cleared coming to me, and I received him outside on the lawn with the babes, Joe, Sable, Esmir, and Caroline all there. I'd started to feel like I had an entourage. He inspected the babies, shook his head at their tiny frailness, then left the gift, the friendship medal, and popped back telling them I and the babies were happy and healthy. That finally managed to put an end to all the drama. The gift was actually two. They had found or made two small jade dragons that were both beautiful and useful. If you chilled them, they were supposed to be good for babies to chew on when they started teething, with the rippled scales carved into the jade. They looked very much like Tietang, and were such works of art I hesitated to let babies abuse them. Shishi had sent a letter written in painstaking English, apologizing and asking me to tea sometime after life had settled down. I sent her a formal reply graciously accepting. That was set up for some time in the next 2 months. Indira got tagged to be the liaison between Tursane, Hamadia, the FBI, and the NTSB, mainly because I wasn't up to it. Tursane refused to work with a man, and she knew Indira. They'd bonded a bit at the dinner and baby shower. It took a solid week of negotiation between everyone for Hamadia to give investigators access to the aircraft. It took another week to figure out how to get the airplane back to Earth. Luckily, Indira was good at opening rips, and when you weren't fighting a crashing plane and your own terror, it proved to be much easier to get it back to Earth, if more swamped in bureaucracy. The statues took even more time. Tursane was annoyed. At least that was the feeling I got. I wasn't sure what the various government agencies thought, but either way, I knew their files on us had tripled. Eventually, she relented, after negotiating payment, or offerings, in snickerdoodles and balut, and turned them all back to humans. At that point, the FBI, NTSB, Draft Office, and I'm sure other agencies descended on the passengers like the second coming of Merlin, and I found out I was an idiot. It turned out there was no saboteur. Instead, there was a catastrophic domino effect failure that had already taken down 2 planes with all people on board dead, and no idea why. This plane had been scheduled to be recalled and inspected, but the emergency had diverted it to JFK and our flight. So many little things. If I'd been in Atlanta, they would have all died, and I would have had a normal labor in a hospital. Less terror, but more mysteries because no one doubted that the plane would have been lost with all lives on board, and they may never have figured out what happened. I finally finished the blanket, though not before the babies were born. We couldn't decide who got it, so it draped over the eggs, wrapping them in us. Shay, Hisahito, and Amadahi were terrorizing the council, or at least per Esmir's stories they were. I got a nice gift from Shay, a 100% cashmere blanket in burgundy, with a note saying, "Thank you for the best job I've ever had. This is a blast." I laughed and kept the blanket from Caroline. It was mine. He had rebounded back to normal the days after the twins were born. We hadn't realized how exhausted trying to support 5 beings had left him. He was almost okay with the idea of the twins having their own familiars. Almost. Everything settled down, and I had 3 weeks of maternity leave left, and I was almost ready to return to work. Our children were mostly perfect. The amount of drool, shit, and pee 2 creatures so tiny could produce stunned me. But holding them and nursing them was more enjoyable than I expected. My breasts were huge, and just getting the milk out created enough relief that I remembered their feeding times better than they did, though I'd already gotten in the habit of pumping milk and freezing it, just in case. Being able to do magic again made everything much easier. Bottles were simple to heat, and more than once I used urine to do magic just so I didn't have to get up and disturb the kids. Joe and Sable were over the moon and treated me like a princess. Everyone in the house loved Jazz and Maine, though we pronounced it Maine. After 2 weeks, I couldn't imagine my life without them. It was odd. I completely loved them. But while I didn't mind nursing them, Joe and Sable were the ones gaga over them. Already I could see our life. I would be the calm, logical one, unmoved by pleading or protests, and those 2 would lean on me to be the one to set the rules. It sounded like a good life. My body responded to the yoga I did every day, with Caroline alongside. He refused to call it downward dog. It was cat stretch. But he flowed through most poses with a grace I tried to mimic. If nothing else, he made me laugh. With everything going on, I didn't have much room in my brain for anything else. Babies, healing, questions from Shay about various council members, returning to work, and government questions kept me busy.
"Someone's coming to the porch,"
Himadius sang out seconds before the doorbell rang. I was feeding the kids. Sable had found a chair made to support a mom while nursing. I was feeding Maine. Jazz was already back in her crib and yawning. They both ate like Caroline and slept about as much. Esmir peered at them from beneath the changing table. She'd rarely left, oddly fascinated by how helpless they were. But her purrs filled the room, and the children were comforted by the presence of the 2 Cath. I just hoped when they started demanding to ride her, she didn't hurt them too badly. Even I was tempted occasionally. It was hard not to live out cartoon dreams when you had a cat the size of a pony. Not to mention, she made most of our rooms seem tiny. I pried Maine off my breast. At 3 weeks, he had suction that was insane, and wrapped him back up. A walk outside in the spring weather sounded wonderful. I wanted some sun.
"Hey, Cori, up for a surprise visitor?"
Joe had stuck her head around the door and was smiling. I furrowed my brows in confusion. Most of our friends had already swung by to see the babies. Even Salstra had popped in while we were in the glade to snort and pronounce them tolerable. Charles had come to see them and hold his goddaughter. He admitted they were cute, then fled before anyone could see the tears in his eyes. Himadius spilled the beans about that. Sanchez had been delighted, and Maine already had custom onesies from him. Even Jorgaz and Bainjarl, as well as family on both sides, had already invaded us. Most of the drama regarding the plane was being held away from the house, and most of the human friends would have called or texted first. "Sure," I said, double-checking I'd fastened my top. At this point, I think I'd flashed everyone. Joe smiled at me and stepped out of the way. A young man, he couldn't have been much more over 16 or 17, stepped in. Hazel eyes, a lanky body, brown hair pulled back in a low tail at the base of his neck, and a self-conscious smile that looked strangely familiar. "Hey, Cori. Sorry it took me so long." His voice cracked as he spoke. At the same time, my heart snapped a missing piece in place. Be it hormones, the active few weeks, or just a heart that needed more. Whatever. I threw myself into my brother's arms with a cry of joy. "Chris, you're here!" I exclaimed as Joe watched with a smile, Sable appearing behind her. He didn't say a word, just hugged me tight as I held him in a death grip. All my family here. Finally. Appendix. Magic symbols. Chaos symbol contains entropy, fire, water, time. Order symbol contains pattern, air, earth, transform. Spirit symbol contains soul, relativity, non-organic, psychic. To view graphics of symbols, visit badashpublishing.com. Author's Notes. This is Book 6 in Twisted Luck, based in the Turnian universe. I have so much more planned that I can't wait to show you. If you loved this novel, please take the time to leave a review. You will be amazed at the difference it makes. There's a lot more coming. I'm writing as fast as I can. If you'd like to stay in touch, you can follow me on social media at the following places. Website, badashpublishing.com. Facebook, facebook.com/badashbooks. Twitter, twitter.com/badashbooks. Instagram, instagram.com/badashbooks. BookBub, bookbub.com. Profile, Mel Todd. If you're interested in free books, keeping up with what is going on in my life, as well as sales and launch announcements, you can sign up for my newsletter at my website. You never know what freebies might show up. Take care. Mel Todd. About author. Mel Todd has over 20 stories out. Her urban science fiction Kaled Chronicles, the Blood War series, and the new Twisted Luck series. Owner of Badash Publishing, she is working to create a place for excellent stories and great authors. With over 1 million words published, she is aiming for another 1 million in the next 2 years. Badash Publishing specializes in stories that will grab you and make you hunger for more. With one co-author and more books in the works, her stories can be found on Amazon and other retailers. This has been a production of Fated Luck, Book 6 in the Twisted Luck series. Written by Mel Todd. Narrated by Autumn Juliet. Copyright 2022, Melissa Todd. Production copyright 2023 by Autumnal Audio.